Man, the game was so quiet. What the hell? What is happening? I don't feel like I've done anything to my Diablo, and now it's like super fucking quiet. I need to respec again. Ba 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 ba. My throat is starting to hurt. It's time to drink rum. All the rum. I actually couldn't find my rum the other day. I thought it was gone, but it wasn't. I just drank some of the bottles. Well, Alex been helping me with drinking the bottles. I gotta fucking respec my character again. Why do I always keep forgetting that? I guess it's because I don't know if I'm actually gonna be playing or not. I still really don't know how I'm supposed to build this character up. Like what does what? Now I actually got a wand that does a little bit more physical. And that could technically be something, but it most likely isn't anything. Like, really. Oh, why? Oh, I'll do that again. I mean, it wouldn't actually be that bad of a skill to have. I think about it. By the way, I should probably, test... Wait. Am I on a fucking blank screen? Why would it be blank? I should probably, Oh, test... Wait. Oh. Actually, it was fine, but then I tapped out and it somehow became not fine. How strange. I like the high resistance. So we definitely want to point at that. Especially since, you know, the frenzy itself does a lot of damage. Like, that's probably the biggest, like, confliction in terms of stat distribution, is majority of damage comes from frenzy. And, like, that's worth specking into. The problem is that it's not fast enough with our current attack speed, which makes it, like, a lot less desirable. And then on top of that, the double swing, since it's so much faster, and majority of our damage comes from the elemental. Majority is elemental, that is not affected by attack damage. That, like, putting into bash just to get a little bit more on that thing, where it would be so much better to just max out frenzy and use that as a primary, but we just don't have the speed for it. If we actually had the speed for it,
Can I help you?
Would be worth it, but we don't, so it sucks. Oh my god. Those are cool armor. I don't know if I want it. Oh, but it has so much defense. It would be actually... Yeah, it has enchantment on it. And it scales with our level. That's badass. It would make us a little slow, but... Oh, you know what? It'll look cool. Oh, that's nice. Gonna make us thick. So we got some points into that. I don't know about putting many points into that. I kind of want to just get the shout up and going. 1 point there. I should probably have that just for the corpses. That's, like, not a bad thing. I never got to Nearfak. You hate work? Rip. Hello, Toasted. Yeah, there's a lot of drops that we could get in normal Nightmare, but there's also just a lot of it that's kind of like whatever. Oh, we found a teleporting staff. That's kind of hilarious. Oh, I actually did get, like, a new amulet. It's so strange. Like, we already found, like, an amazing barbarian amulet, and then I managed to find another amulet that's for barbarians. That's better. It's really good since it has the resistance as well. I don't really need the resistance right now, but still, it's cool. Get more max damage jewels. Do I have a need for that? I'm gonna have a lot of health, actually. kind of crazy. I think we found that circlet as well. What helmet did I use before? I think I had one for a little bit of damage. You know what? I should probably check that out just to see. It actually does give like a little bit of damage. It's not great. And I did find like the other jewels now, which would be like a 15. This does give more average. One to that. 15. Yeah, that would be 15. 15, 7. Oh, that's like really not that much more. It'll look better. I don't know if it'll actually do better. I could get more health, which is not bad. Amazed how much health we actually managed to push out. It's kind of crazy. Was there a particular reason why he had that? Oh, am I back to... I think I'm back to the fire one again, which is not bad, but
I'll put that to good use.
I kind of want the other one. That one's ugly, I don't like it. The Arctic Force... It does have some magic find, so I don't know if I want to like remove that completely yet. I also want to like station some of my stuff a little bit better. I have a terrible one of these. Okay. What did I actually... No. It's gotta go. Oh yeah, we have semi-interesting rings. I don't think I even care about that anymore, do I? That one has 5 resistance anyway, so it's gotta go. Coldness, I don't need any of that. Got some magic find. That has coldness and magic find, but that one has a lot of mana, and I really do appreciate having a lot of mana. Yeah, because we have to do a lot of hitting in order to kill basic things. Hey, Darcy. You know, I could totally get my camera up and working. It's like not a problem. I just don't feel like it. I don't feel like it. I haven't really felt like it for a long time. Not even that I have a problem with it, it's just kind of just too lazy. This is another thing that needs to be managed. Oh, and I feel sick right now, so that's not helping. Let's drink some more rum. What helmet were we going for? I want to have some more defense, which is kind of cool. I feel like we could still do better. Oh, my phone is dying. That's actually, that's a really cool feature that the Samsung has. Although, it might have been with other phones as well. Wait, where's my charger? Is that, it actually, starts to get less bright on the screen when it's starting to run out of steam. And then you're like, why am I having trouble actually seeing the screen? And it's like, oh, it's because it's low battery. Which sounds like it's a really insignificant thing. But since I tend to be really bad at actually charging up my phone consistently, that's actually a really nice feature. What in the... What is this? Did I not find the right one? Do I have a different charger? Why do I have a different charger? What in the hell? Rip. I don't understand that. Oh, no. I really don't want this right now. This is not the time. Get back. Why did it just jump into fucking pictures? I forgot it did that. I need to turn that off. Here's the thing, I got a new phone, and then I was trying to avoid that from happening, that it would just automatically do that. And then I managed to do it anyways, and it was actually not doing it for a while. But then I told it to do it. And now I don't know how not to do it. And I always forget about it. I should write it down. Are you sick because you don't like... No. Not this week, at least. Also, that wouldn't like last. That wouldn't last. That wouldn't just like appear. It wouldn't just like suddenly after a while. That would probably relatively close to the fact. Okay, let's see. What are we doing? Oh, I still needed to put on a helmet. Like I could put the one here that has like the defense. Then we have thick boy. Oh, look at that defense. So we actually get quite a bit of defense with that helmet. I don't know if we truly need it. Oh no, we're bald again, which Jacob's gonna love. And you know we love Jacob. Okay, let's see. I think we have everything. I do want to make like a blood-crafted belt, but since we don't have a good base for it, I think, yeah, that's one of like the smaller bases. I should be on the lookout for that. What is that actually? I have done, yes. There might be some other craft this we can do. He binds by the other week and then doesn't even show up. He actually hasn't been running that much lately. I'm kind of confused. I'm worried about him. Magic belt? No. Mesh belt. Mesh belt. Okay. I don't know. Would boots be any good? Let me actually just look over some of these things. Are there anything that gets like elemental bonuses? There are like, you know, the hit powers and stuff like that. Blunt weapon? Wait. Wait a second. Oh! Oh! I did not realize that. Wands are considered a blunt item. We can craft wands. Oh, that is interesting. That is very interesting. I still don't think they're going to be particularly great. But considering that they're sometimes like really weird just to come by, even if it's just randomizing stuff, we could roll a lot of good stuff on that. I can't remember if the... I don't know if the crafts ever roll sockets. That is one thing that would be a little bit of a downside, but not necessarily. Who the fuck would even ever consider making a crafted wand? That's the thing. It might have been like... Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to like get skills and stuff like that. It'd probably still roll, wouldn't it? Okay, I really don't want to forget this fact. And so, I'm gonna put down a reminder somewhere for myself. I think it's, is it topazes? Sapphire. I don't know why I started referring to that as anything other than that. Because I know what it was. And what is that? Ethereum. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't even realize that. Into that, I have different plans. Well, I still feel like... Actually, it will guarantee enchantment bonus on it. How is it going to calculate that? I'm so curious about that.
What do you need?
What if we actually make like a really strong ass one? That would almost like circumvent what we're trying to do. I'd almost be like unhappy with that. But then again, yeah, I don't know. So time to hotkey some things again. On switch, we have lower resistance, which we don't need. I might actually want to like consider. I forgot what it was I was supposed to consider. No, howl. Howl. That's a thing I should consider more often. Alright, that's a good screenshot right there. A lot of defend.
Coward's hiding place.
Let's find this armor, like just wham. I mean, no, that's gonna be good. It's gonna keep scaling, and the defense is going to be amazing. I think, like, for now, like, we do have a relatively decent amount of... Oh, actually, not of players 8. I forgot. It doesn't matter. We don't really need to kill Neofar, but I still kind of want to. Mostly because I just kind of, like, want to figure, like, how difficult is he actually? And, like, would I ever want to farm him? I don't know if I would. I feel like there's been a lot of time to speculate about doing that, and I just never really gotten to it. Just because it's just, like, he's not really that fast to get to. And it's still kind of normal, and he doesn't like have a super big drop table. I mean, oh, he has a big drop table, but he doesn't generally drop a lot of things. It's very rare he drops much of it. So in order to actually farm him for good stuff, I would have to be very effective about it. If the fine item actually works on him, then that would be amazing. I could have looked that up. But I didn't. Actually, I wasn't done looking at this thing, because I was considering some other things. Cast. Safety. These are all, like, defensive things. I don't think it matters. I do maybe want to look up some of the, like, what the roles are on those particular things. That might be valuable to do. Because it could be that how those particular things are designed could have odds that like stagger like in certain directions. So they could get one of them might be more prone to giving elemental bonuses. That would be amazing, especially for like any kind of equipment we can like craft. Would be pretty amazing. Like usually blood crafted rings are also really amazing, just for like stats and yeah, general stuff. Oh, I need to go to the top. One of these days. No, actually, it's never happening. I'm just too lazy to do it. Oh, I have the fireball guy on right now. You know what? Right now, I don't really care much for switching him. Probably should, you know? I don't know. I'm not really paying attention if he's actually doing more damage. God damn, the shots is... Jesus! You guys consider not doing that?
I can't.
Okay. What's the odds of it getting now? Actually, 22. So that's relatively low. Could be better. But like, the further we get into the game, like, the harder it's going to be to, like, ever actually get to a point of, like, 5%. Which is, you know, the lowest. It's gonna be so hard because of the level differences and also how defense and attack rating scales. The thresholds become enormous towards the end of that. Damage is non-existent. You know what? I don't like this mercenary. I'm gonna switch him out. Still have that shield. He actually, what the hell? Has a good amount of defense as well. I can't believe we're actually getting to the point of having the same amount of health as a mercenary. It is so unusual. I feel like the Act 2 mercenary probably do get more, but we do actually also just have like really a lot of health.
I'll put that to good use.
And probably is in relation to doing more farming than usual, and also like barbarians in general having a little bit more. Well, we're mostly just getting it from the level ups, and that's, you know, quite limited. But it's still 2 instead of 1 with most characters, and that should not be underestimated. Okay, that doesn't matter. I gave him all of his shitty gear again. You know, I probably should get him a better armor, because, yeah, we got Shout.
Salutations.
Like, what's not to like about Shout? Free the meteor? That's nice. I wanted to identify that, but I guess I didn't want to do that. Nope, I actually just did not want to do that. Why would I do that? That would be silly. Attack rating is still pretty nice. I was actually farming even at players 1 was really rough, actually. Like, I was planning on doing like Eldrick, Shank, and Pindle. And the thing is that Pindle would be the obvious choice in terms of maximizing drops, but Pindle was difficult. And he's fire enchanted, so that's not really helping, since we do some like elemental damage. At least some things, and I think I went with the well, maybe I should have gone with the lightning. That might have been a problem there. But he was pretty tanky, but not only was he tanky, but he did a lot of damage. Like, I was able to relatively do him with Howl to crowd control, but the charge was still really rough. And Shank was actually difficult to do, believe it or not. But especially since I was being greedy in terms of pushing as much magic fine as I could, like Shank would absolutely two-shot me. I know there's a few times where he got me down to like 40 or 50 health in one hit. It was strange. I don't know why he sometimes hits that hard, and I didn't like that. He was also slow to do. Because, again, well, do no fucking damage. And then we can't, you know, loot his corpse either. So he was kind of off the table. I feel like I ended up doing mostly just Eldrick, which is a little bit lame, but yeah. Oh, never mind. I thought our gold was disappearing, but we have 1 million, so we're good. We're fine. Am I seriously finding the wrong place again? Both of the times. There's not many of these like maps. It really should be the easiest run for me to read, but somehow it's not. Somehow I am just that special. No, it's up north. It's not the middle one either. Bummer. Do I even ever like need mana these days? I feel like I'm never running out. But then now suddenly I'm going to. I don't think we have any mana leech. That would be helpful. Life leech is very pointless, considering how little damage we do. Am I on the wrong side of that wall? Oh, God. How awful. I detoured so much. Toxic. Jacob has a wife? Oh, that's good. I'm happy to hear that. Lowering my defense. I feel like I'm doing no damage. Probably because we are not doing any damage. Oh, I probably should use the frenzy. I keep forgetting about that. Oh, then I probably need to use the mob again. Ba 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 ba. Ooh, attack speed. Not bad. I can use that for... yes. Are we full clearing the temple? I don't know. Are we? I don't plan on it. Do wanna find nearby. Oh yeah, Jacob. I have just discovered something that I didn't know. That is going to help this run immensely. Well, we'll see how big of an impact it'll have, but it really does have the potential. So I was looking over some of the recipes, and there is in fact a crafted recipe for blunt weapons, which include wands. We can craft melee wands with this recipe. It's gonna be amazing. Well, I still need to roll like really well in order to be anything. But yeah, that is yeah, the orange wands. Who the fuck crafts wands like that? that's a thing, okay? I feel like that's such an obscure fucking thing that like you would actually really have to be doing something as stupid as what we're doing to even consider that an option. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know how it actually rolls because usually, you know, it takes into account like what kind of thing you're trying to like roll on. At least I think. But I think it does have like a base of damage, so that's a thing. But if it just rolls, I think it still has. You can't just roll like arbitrary stuff and anything because of a recipe. It still has to roll in the realms of what's possible. But the thing is, I don't know if it's just gonna like roll like necromancy stuff. Like, that's the thing. It could honestly be that this is like an exception to the rule, that it might actually be able to make a melee wand, depending on how that table is set up to work. I don't know. But it could also just be that it's literally just going to give you like that base damage, and then just give you skills and all the other things that usually are on wands. But even if it's only does that, that still means that there's a chance we can find elite wands and roll for elemental damage and stuff like that, because those usually are there. That would be true wand gambling. Yeah. Needs to get some elite wands for that. I mean, even that like would be nice. Like that's the thing though. Even if it's just like 60% more damage, that's obviously not a lot. But even if it's only that with like with an elite wand, that's still gonna get us like close to like 40 damage on a wand, and yeah, that's gonna still be like something. That's still gonna be translating into like maybe 200 to 300 damage. Ah, that might be too much. Up to 200 damage with the enchantments that we have. Combine that with the elemental damage, and it's still something. Like we just need all the DPS we can get. But I was thinking about, you know, originally I was thinking that maybe we'd end up like using Suicide Branch for just being a stat stick. But I don't know if we're gonna have the luxury. Like, we might really have to depend on getting any kind of damage from our wand as well. So that's the thing. Rare wands are rare as fuck. Sure, I mean, honestly, wands are pretty fucking rare in general. You know, I've been doing a lot of farming, and let me tell you something. They don't drop very often. They really don't. Especially rare ones. But we are going to be looking. Since we can't gamble them, that's actually really close. Well, here's the thing. We might not actually need to find them. We can't shop for them. I feel like exceptional ones are probably going to be a lot easier to shop for. I don't know how often we're going to see elite ones at vendors. But they're definitely possible to spawn. And again, we don't need them to spawn with anything. We just need them to be elite. Well, I'm going to be experimenting with that either way. doesn't really matter what it is. Actually, do I even... If I could find like a burning one, I need to keep an eye out for any kind of exceptional, so we can just like try and like roll something. Just to see like what does it actually, what can it actually roll with. So we can get some ideas of what the potential for that is. Watching from a train? So you're on a train now? Nice, I'm on a train. Well, I feel sick already. But that's not because of the train.
Can I help you?
Let me just take a look. Let's grab one, so burn one. We would like an exceptional one. Grim one. I guess the grim one is actually kind of close to it, but I still would like, you know, an exceptional one before I do anything else. Kind of just wondering if I didn't at some point find one. Like I feel like I might have found one at some point. Did I have any kind of charms slapped away? That sucks. Have a life charm? I don't need help. Okay, we'll find it. You know what? God! Everything sucks. I'm gonna have to stop more. We also really just need to progress in general. Because, like, farming at this stage is only really going to do that much. Like, we need to also just unlock higher level areas to boost this up. Which will probably just mean we have to have some really slow-paced rushing in some areas. Because even if I were to like spend 10 hours to farm something, the level of difference that's going to be from that is still going to be really insignificant. And whatever we find is also going to be easy to replace later down the line. So, yeah, we might just have to really sit through some shit. Things are gonna get a lot worse before they're gonna get better, and then they won't really get better. But listen, I believe. I don't know why I believe, but I do. If could be considered not sucking. So my damage is horrible. But, I mean, the players won't probably be that big a deal. It's blowing, not sucking. Okay. Curious how his faster cast rate was affected by cold? Is that actually how the units in generally operate? I think they do. Which is kind of strange, isn't it? It was the same with Bale as well. You can just slow him down, like, you know, its cast rate just gets affected. I thought it might be like the just certain like monster skills that operate on that metric. Can he not? He cannot be. So you can't hawk him. 65. That's actually kind of
Fitting
crazy.
death for a traitor.
It's a level 65 charm at normal. Might be worth re-rolling if I actually had, you know, a big supply of that, but we don't. That could be an amazing charm. It won't, but it could be. Oh my god, it actually would be. It has fire damage! Dude, we found a fucking skill off of him. Ah, why couldn't it? Why couldn't it have been like something else? That could have been like 30 health, or it could have been like a huge chunk of damage. But it ended up being that. Okay, so I'm gonna actually take on that fire damage because we need it. And I'm gonna take off health just to get it. I mean, it's still like a really high level charm that if I had spare perfect gems, I might want to actually try and re-roll it. Although there's so much RNG with that shit, you have no fucking clue what it can end. It could just end up being nothing. Like right now, it's actually something, even it's not great. From normal Neophark? Yeah, that's the thing. A normal Neophark has an absurdly high level, which is also why I kind of like want to farm him. But he's just, yeah. Usually I never get around to that. But let's just look at that up real quick. It's kind of crazy how high level he is. I don't know what they were thinking when they said that. But then again, like nobody fucking runs him, so it just doesn't matter. Yeah, look. So this is the wiki right here. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, but look at the wiki right here. He's 68 at normal, and then 73, and then 95. Like, the difference between normal to nightmare in terms of level is kind of, like, stupid. Like, this is retarded. He should at best be, like, 50 in normal. But for some reason, he's 68, which means you can actually get potentially elite items from him. Although I don't know if they hard-coded some of that stuff. I know you can get, like, exceptionals from Bale and stuff like that. Skills can drop in Arc 1 Nightmare. Yeah, I mean, I think that's true. I think you generally need to be over like 45 or around that area. Like, they're technically monsters, super uniques in at Arc 5 normal that's around that level. So it being a skill is not even necessarily that impressive. Although I don't think I've ever seen a skiller drop in normal. But I mean, no, I don't think I've ever seen that. The threshold up to that is like so high. So yeah, we did that. We didn't free the boys. I don't really care about the boys. Ain't nobody cares about the boys. I'm sorry. Okay, let's see. So we got that one up there. We gotta try a different route. Got a lot of resistance. I actually kind of want to see like what my resistance is going to be like in Nightmare. I think the circuit we got right now is actually a really strong circuit. I still want to go with the other one. This one has more defense. And since defense is kind of important, even if it's only like a slight bit more defense, like it still adds up. Yeah, that's like 150 from that circle. Skill plus something probably raises eye level. Yeah, actually, that is true though. That having an additional modifier on this thing, especially because like if it was like a 1 to 2 damage, that would still be like relatively like acceptable. But the fact that it's actually 7 to 14 damage, that means like it, you know, rolled even higher. Although I don't think that necessarily has anything to do with like the quiet level, because as you can see, this is only requires like 42. I actually don't know if that even necessarily is a requirement. That, yeah, I'm actually really not sure about that. that if that's even if getting additional modifiers is a thing. Because I feel like you can absolutely get like free modifiers on like on charms and all. I think that's more a basis of RNG. But like obviously being higher in some regard is going to require higher level. Hey, what's a Mac? 40, 68? No. At 68, I don't remember exactly. At that point, you're already into the 30s. It might even be in the 40s, but don't quote me on that. But like, I've definitely found like light, especially with Grand Charms, I've definitely found those into the 30s in Nightmare. That's not super rare. Why does that have very fast attack speed? Why? Because it's a war staff. That's why. It's literally designed for war. Actually, no. This is very slow. This is not. It says very slow. I mean, barbarians with you know, the Ripcracker. It's pretty damn dope. I think we made like a concentration bar through that. Ew, disgusting. Yeah, here's the thing, like, I even, like, defended you because, like, oh yeah, it's a war step, that's why it's fast. And then, like, we look at it and it's like, wait, no, it's the opposite direction. You know, I was something I wanted to check, and I kept getting distracted by monsters. Alright, so... our resistance are pretty good. We're going to be maxed on poison. And cold. Not on lightning and fire. And get into nightmare. But that's still really good. That just means we just need to select for like... Wait, I have magic finding boots on? Oh, interesting. Well, I mean, since I'm already maxed, there's not really a reason for me to put on like more lightning resistance. I can just go on with like a little bit of magic find. Passive magic finding. Yes. Staff Paladin? Honestly, sounds like a... That doesn't sound like a bad idea. Like, here's the thing though, with doing something like that, like the only downside to that kind of like, idea, at least to me, would be that it basically pushes us in a direction where we're just gonna look for like a good cracker and then GG. Like there are other ones you can build. I think there are rune words around it, but there's not many. I don't remember if Oath can actually be built into that. I know Brief of the Dying can be made into a staff, and is actually quite meta in certain scenes. Yeah, you can definitely make like a staff into Breath of the Dying. And you might be like, why the fuck would anyone like actually use the staff? But like charges used to be, the charges used to really like making the staff into it because the damage on the Archon staff, and these are like really fucking amazing. And you might be inclined to be like, oh, but there's better ones that hit harder, like the Thundermaul, like goes over 100. Or hell, even like the Pike. I think the problem with the Pike usually is, you know, dexterity. It's just a lot of wasted points. The range might be tempting for that, but I mean, you're Charger. You don't really need the range, you just need to connect a hit. And so people really like the staff for Charger because of the consistency. So the average damage might be off by the other ones, but if you look at the actual damage here, it's 83 to 99. That is really, really close. And like, if you're trying to like play, you know, a Charger, like having those variations of damage, maybe the difference between sometimes two-shotting, sometimes one-shotting, but a lot of times it may be like 3 or 5 hits. Whereas you win with the staff, you could actually get that consistent roll down to maybe 2 at most every hit. So it doesn't matter. Wouldn't matter if the average of the staff is less than the other weapons. You just wanted that consistency to hit the threshold. Don't say that. Get fanaticism or vengeance instead of clutch fatality. Yeah, exactly. Staff charge on a shield. Yeah. But it's better nowadays with chance like a death stirring Phoenix shield due to 100% deadly strike. high. But why would you ever go for a shield? Unless they change some of the formulas of the game. Because yeah, sure, the def like Zerg, like I don't know if they changed anything about the formulas in yeah, what is it called? The one that's now resurrected. I keep forgetting. Like obviously the def Zerg is also like a go-to thing, and that can be this is like the biggest contender to the staff is like the 100% deadly. I'm pretty sure you can reach 100% deadly even without it. I might be mistaken. No, I think that one is a little inconsistent. You know? Breath of the Dying doesn't get it. So Higher Lords get you up into the 30s. Then you have the boots. And then you can get William's helmet. At that point, you would actually maybe need to get something from an armor piece or something like that. But yeah, I think it would be off. And that's really bad. It would be bad to not hit that threshold. I don't remember if there's actually some other ways to boost it up. But yeah, the 100% Deadly Strike on Def is usually like what people would end up going for. Just because of that. I think the one of the reasons why it sometimes also popped off was that people, especially in the hardcore scene, because one thing is like what is like the maximum potential of damage and stuff like that, but then there's also like if you wanna like stop people from like TPing away, or you know generally because you know there are hacks and stuff like that, and then like reducing that threshold, even if you're reducing the overall damage and average, the possibility of one-shotting versus having more average damage made it more desirable to go in those routes, because instead of giving people a way to, you know, auto TP away, because, you know, hackers did that. They had chicken on, they had like automation going into towns or even exiting the game, which especially in the hardcore scene basically made them immortal and able to stomp people. So this was like something that people would sometimes like speculate around, which is basically circumvented, giving them no threshold. Basically, they just needed to connect with a deadly strike and they would die. No recovery. But I mean, I would say Def is definitely probably better in most cases. Definitely is kind of poop and dangerous. It's not poop. What do you mean? That's like how I started doing these runs in the first place. It's really strong. I think it's deadly because of how the mechanics can work a little bit with it. But I mean, it does so much damage. And really, it's an easy build. It's a really easy build in terms of it. You just need to, yeah, not be screechy. Doing it two-handed is very tempting, but also very dangerous. How would you build a P8 staff paladin from 0 to 50? I mean, it depends on what you're trying to do. From 0 to like 50, I would definitely go for fanaticism. I mean, probably seal. Why would you not?
Good evening.
Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty cool. Oh, that's a cool handle as well. But I mean, like, depending, like, get to, like, Nightmare, into Hell. There could be other things you might want to do. Like, Vengeance could be good, but depending on the... I don't know what the speed is of some of these things. So, yeah, about that. Depending on the staff and what you can roll on that, it could be... Yeah, Fanaticism might just... I mean, Fanaticism makes a lot of things more flexible. But, you know, going for hours can be amazing. Like Holy Freeze and Holy Shock. It's like a truck. You could also go for Vengeance. But then, like, you know, with Vengeance, you kind of have to go for Conviction, which means you're hitting slower. But it's also, you know, able to deal with everything in the game without any specific kind of gear, which is amazing. But you won't hit as fast. So, yeah. I think they consider either way. Phoenix Shield gives you a lot of enchanted damage plus redemption now, and you can build. Yeah, and of course block challenges. I use max rolling calculator just to get 100%. Strike it with 100% dev strike is 10k to, yeah, let's round up to 40k. Charging using dev strike plus phoenix and fortitude. Yeah, but here's the thing, like, charge is a gimmick. Like, I'm not gonna say that those are things are bad, but like, charging on its own is a very gimmicky thing. And like, having blocking in a PvP scene would pretty much only really make sense if you're playing against another melee character. If you're playing against, a barbarian, which in which case you're gonna get fucked pretty much indefinitely. And then also like a Boas Amazon, I mean, you would probably want to have that blocking as well. But here's where like things can get a little bit complicated: is that the charging on its own is just not that great. The DPS is not high, and so if you're already switching to a shield, I would go for grief. I would absolutely go for grief, just so you can just use smite. Because even if you don't have a lot of points, even if most of your points into that smite is amazing, it's really flexible. And if you are relying on having to block and having more utility, then grief just becomes infinitely better. Like, the whole point of that charging gimmick is to maximize your damage. Because 10 to 40k damage sounds like a lot, but in a PvP sense, with everyone having really good gear, you're not one-shotting people with that. Not even close. That's multiple hits. And since your damage is between 10 to 40,000, that's... I don't know how many hits that at, because I'll have to calculate, and it also depends on how much damage reduction people have. That could be fucking anywhere between 5 and 10 hits. And, yeah, I don't know. I would not do that. But, yeah. Testing to build PvP, I like charge building just for the fun. Yeah, I mean, it's fun. But I also feel like if I'm actually going to commit to doing like a pure charging paladin for PvP, I would go two-handed. Because you are just going to get more damage. Like, it doesn't matter that you could get a 500% more enchantment damage from your shield. It's not going to reach anywhere of a two-handed. Because it multiplies, in stages. And so the base damage just always ends up with having more. Like, you can definitely get over 100,000 damage on a charging paladin. I can't remember how high that can get. I think charge is probably like the highest melee damage you can get in the game. It goes up extremely high. And again, since charge gets so much enchantment already from the skill itself, like it gets... It's like 1400 or something from all the synergies. 1400 or 1600 enchantment. Like, it may seem like you're getting a lot, from like, fortitude is going to give you 300 enchantment, but it's really not that much in the grand scheme of things. And it's the same with the Phoenix. It's not bad, it's just not... It doesn't amplify your base damage. And so you can very much triple or quadruple the amount of damage by just having a stronger base. It's quite absurd. Judgment gets wrecked with by whirlwind. Yeah, absolutely they do. There's like a reason why you don't see many like pure charges in the PvP scene. Like, charge is an amazing skill, but it's one that usually needs to be followed up. And like hybrids of that can be amazing. And the thing is, there's also like a lot of builds and hybrids that kind of naturally scale into one each other. Which is also why, like, I can't remember the terms anymore. A hammer charger? Is that the Vindicator? Or is that... No, that's a Smiter. That was all these fucking names for these things. I can't remember them anymore. I used to be very, very fond of PvP when I was playing online as a teenager. It's like 18 years ago. That's many years ago. But yeah, I love experimenting with builds and stuff like that. I wasn't super good at it, but I loved it, man. And especially the public games. Doing public games was such a dice roll. Like, sometimes you would feel like you're the king on the earth, but most of the times you get wrecked by, all sorts of things. And people would try and, be good-mannered, but most of them were fucking assholes who just wanted to destroy as many people as possible. And I totally was not that kind of guy. Actually, I feel like I was playing pretty nicely most of the time. I'm trying to build mostly. Smite, Fist of the Heavens, and Hammers. Yeah, that's a classic. But that's also one. That's one of them. That can get really tricky to like maximize the damage. There is a guy on YouTube, Cooley, who have really gone into details in combination with other people to truly maximize what you can do with some of those hybrids. And the thing is, you'd think after so many years these things would already been figured out, but like there are so many mathematical there's a lot of math with these things. And like depending on like especially with the hammer simulators, that thing is not easy. Like if people think that they know what gives the most damage in terms of skill, they don't. Because how the damage of the hammers scale in proximity to not just how high the level of the hammer skill itself is, but also how the concentrate amplifies it. And like the threshold between having more damage on the actual skill versus the bonus you get from concentration is really complicated. It's not a one-to-one thing, not even remotely. And that's actually kind of like one of the things I always loved about Diablo is just how not intuitive some of these like things are. Whereas I feel like, you know, when I see a lot of other newer games, usually things just revolve around getting more is more. It's too easy. I've only tried the chat building for fun due to the insane amount of damage. It's fun, okay? But like, I would absolutely try like a two-hand. And the thing is, like you already see like the insane like variation that is on charts. Like yours is a difference of 30,000 damage on the hit, and so the more I think about it, like in terms of if we're looking at pure damage, then like obviously death is better. Obviously, you get 100% deadly strike. What's not to like about that? But like when we then go into actually looking at consistency, because one thing is the average. You don't know what the fucking average is gonna be. So death, I should have put up a new tab. Damn it. So death, you know, can only be made into specific kind of things. So that's like swords and axes. Swords and axes have really high damage output. The average is great on most of them, but the jump, the gap is insane, and that's frustrating. That's really bad. So yeah, I mean the glorious axe, highest average you can get, but look at that. That's 50% of the damage is in that threshold. It's horrible. It's really, really bad. And sure, on average, you should do more damage. But average is, you know, in a PvP sense, you're not landing many hits. You're just not. And so that is actually like a totally legit. Just again, 50% variation. You could go for actually, no, you can't. The champion sword here, this is only for 5 sockets. So that means that all the ones that have better like min damage here are always like these, which have the highest amount of gap between the damage, and that's terrible. It really is terrible. Although I'm not exactly sure about the math about this, because one thing is like the min damage screen, but then if you really were to calculate it like even further, you would have to go in and be like, yeah, again, you're not reaching 100% deadly strike if you want the staff. I don't know what that would be. I feel like there's some people who have done the maths on that. But yeah. I think there's a possibility that while your average damage with death in pretty much any scenario is always going to be higher than Breath of the Dying, that is not something that's going to ever be contested. There is a question of like what is the min damage going to be in terms of average in combat, and especially when you're playing like a character like a charter, consistency is just night and day. It really is. But yeah, I don't remember. I really don't know on the top of the head the map that is. Or like where you would calculate that shit. Because I think, yeah, I mean, how much is it actually that High Lords gets up to? Because it does get pretty high in that. You'll never get on 100%, but like the High Lords, it gets not High Lord. Well, why am I saying High Lord? Oh, it is High Lord. It gets up to like 37. I mean, probably people are gonna average be on like 35. So with Golem's face, that's 50, and then with the boost, that's 65. So you're not really lying on 50. It's not like 50% of the chance. So like the math on that is still going to be, yeah, I don't know. That's difficult. Because even if we went with that route, then there's obviously also the possibilities that sometimes the averages will not match because you don't actually hit the deadly strike. But I have really seen a lot of people going in depth on that. I really don't know exactly what that metric is going to be around. Yeah, you watch Cooley's streams and video? Nice. Random stream today? Absolutely. He just brought in a new meta thing in period that's nice against stubborn trappers and sins and other cousin. It's named Widower moves. Oh, I mean, isn't that an old video? He has like the most absurdly convoluted hybrid paladin I've ever fucking seen. Like, it's pretty amazing, but I don't even know how the fuck I would play it. Like, what was that thing he brought? Maybe I think he's been building on it on the years and refining it. You know, like a Hamadin with smite, charge, and bow, and fist of the heavens. Listen, I don't even know how I would manage all those fucking hotkeys. He's teleporting around as well and just sinking the bike, and it's like, yeah. The amount of fucking skill distribution management just to be able to make that build work is absurd. But it does look really nice though. It's a cool build. Assassins are just, I hate trap assassins. I've always hated trap assassins. I have played with them in the past, and I've always did really well with trap assassins. Not because I was good at playing them, but just because trap assassins are just that good. It's not that they don't require skills, but it's just that it's really, really easy to use them. It just really doesn't take that much effort. But God, I hate it. It's such a terrible build. It's just absolutely shit. No, in PvP, crit strike is the same percent, but it's damage upward that goes down by 30. I don't remember the exact. In DTPV, I'm using Widow Mega. I see Cooley's like the Paladin PvP would make me. I mean, it would definitely wreck me as well. I don't think. Here's the thing, though. Like, he's a good player, but he's not a great player. And I say that with kindness and respect, because I've seen really good players, and I've also seen him play against good players and get absolutely decimated. He's definitely, you know, a good player, but there are some of the people who really get good at this game are fucking nuts. And they were nuts when I was a teenager, and those guys back then would absolutely destroy Cooley in any kind of scenario. But that's just like the difference of skills. But here's the thing, I don't think Cooley is really striving to be that guy either. He's more the theory crafting guy. He enjoys the PvP and he's a good player. But he's not that good. Better than me. Absolutely. Although if I really were to try, probably could be able to compete with him. But I would have to practice a lot to get up to date. I do wonder. I do wonder about that. He's hosting the top PvP duel tournaments on the streams. I don't know what you're talking about. It was just not that great. Well, the thing is, it's not that he's not great or isn't good. it's kind of like, okay, let's put this into terms that like we can kind of like examine it. The thing is, he might also be getting better. Like, that's the thing. Like, since he is, you know, hosting and doing all these things, it's just from what I've been seeing, I haven't been super impressed with him. And I have, like, pretty much watched all of his YouTubes, but I haven't seen his streams. And it could also just be that sometimes, you know, what he uses for YouTube is, like, not that great. But, yeah. But anyways, like, if we were to look at Cooley, I would say in like, to make StarCraft 2 comparison, like the ladder system of that, I would say that Cooley is at best Masters. And where we put him in Masters, I don't know. That would have to depend on analyzing some more. But he is definitely not in Grandmasters. That doesn't mean he couldn't beat people who is in that league. Because I have seen him beat, like, players who are very good. But then again, that happens in StarCraft as well. But I do not think he's at the top of it. I just do not. Not from what I've been able to see. And winning and losing, it's like equal fine. He's been well top of it. But we don't do DC championship. Sure, but we don't. Thing is, I don't have enough to actually be able to compare to know that. And again, maybe he's also just gotten really well. Like that's a possibility as well, especially since, you know, I mean, Diablo 2 is a very dead game. Okay, it's a niche game. It's been dead and dying and resurrected quite a few times. So that fact that he, you know, has a channel and an audience and is able to host like tournaments, it's like, yeah, he could probably, you know, exist and thrive quite well in that. But I also think that, like, the level of competition is perhaps also going to lack in this. Like, there are good players, like, who are fighting against him. But I'm actually even unsure, and maybe I'm biased. I could be very biased about this. But I feel like I have seen players of the past who were absolutely insane. And yeah, I don't know. These are like things that we like. Yeah, I can't really prove this. It's like just on a feeling, on things and observations that could be heavily impacted by other things that I don't know. But yeah, he's definitely a good player. Let's see. Yeah, he's talked about it in 2017, that he wasn't that good in PvP, but nowadays he's very good. Yeah, and that kind of would make sense, wouldn't it? That, again, like, it wasn't... The thing is, he has absolutely improved. Like, that is, like, no doubt about that. But I also feel like it depends on, like, what he's doing. Like, he probably is really good at playing, like, specific kind of builds. Like, I think the Paladin is also one that he has constructed to be really good. And again, this is, like, always, like, one of these things, like new metas are discovered. A lot of people may not necessarily know how to deal with it. Whereas, like, in a competitive setting, eventually people would just, you know, adopt it and figure out, like, what works and what doesn't. So that's also a possibility of it. But I mean, the fact that he is practicing and competing against really good players is obviously going to make him better. So it could also just be that between, you know, him posting, like, he is just getting better. So, you know, back then he might have been, you know, a diamond player, and now he's moved up to Masters. And the thing is, that's good. Like, if you are listen, if you can manage to become a Masters player in StarCraft 2, you're a good player. You might not be a professional, but you can compete against professionals and win sometimes. But yeah. Maybe if I were to watch some of his streaming duels, I would think differently. I've seen some of his highlights, a few videos like here and there. Where he's like, yeah, he was doing okay. But yeah, I don't know. Your ego is off the charts. What do you mean? I feel like I'm being like so fucking I'm being so very specific about not making overly claims and not claiming to know everything, just putting things into perspective. Fucking dick. Cole has been a worse player in the past. Oh, I'm not denying that. Although I might have just been speaking before that, which nowadays he's which is just not sure. You can be a master at sucking dick. Does that count? Well, I don't think you are. So, yeah. I mean, listen, if you're a master of sucking cock, then you're pretty good at what you're doing. Might not be a grandmaster, but it's still pretty good. Something that could also, you know, influence my perspective here a little bit is, you know, the fact that he is a YouTuber, and he is someone who presents himself very often as a entertainer. So that could, you know, also affect that. I don't know. I feel like it's also seen like a lot of videos where he gets absolutely slammed down. But then again, sometimes I also feel like I forget how easy it actually is to get slammed down. Like there's just a lot of times where there aren't really that much like room for error. Which is also like usually why tournaments is like a best of 5, because there are just these situations where like you will just die to minor fuck-ups, and like having as many attempts as possible is usually a good way of actually seeing how strong the player is. That works, you know, in all games in general, but especially, I would say, in Diablo, where like death in a duel can happen in seconds. Like, a duel can take, it can take 10, 20, it can take a few minutes, although usually they don't last that long. But yeah, it's just like minor fuck-ups, environmental nonsense, and desyncing, and all sorts of things that could just be like, oh, I just did not see something because, well, the thing was literally invisible because the engine is not designed for that. Oh, we fucking found Arctic Force again? Huh. I don't even know what that means. I mean, you could be. I mean, listen, Jacob. Sucking dick is not difficult. It really isn't. I believe in you. What does it give us for cold? Oh, it gets some health as well. Dexterity? What the hell? So this gives health. Now, this is actually starting to be able to compete with the other one. Except, I have to go with this shitty fucking belt size, which I don't like. Kinda interesting though that we are actually starting to collect that full set. Yeah, that belt size is not cool. Man, we derailed into nonsense. I do love it when we derail into stuff, because that means I don't actually have to sit and, you know, watch the enemies getting slapped with a wand. Time will just pass a little bit faster. I need a rumble. What would the threshold of that actually be constituted into? I can't remember how much damage is actually reduced in PvP. Like, is it? It's a weird number, but it is reduced a lot in PvP, and then damage reduction goes on top of that. I think there may also just be like a lot of situations where, especially for public games, where did my cube go? Where like that variation on charge damage would be even more frustrating. Because if like a lot of players just don't have a lot of damage reduction, you could probably one-shot them very consistently with having the staff. So that might be another reason why people would prefer it. John's staff. You know what you should do, Jacob? You should start doing that as like a walkthrough. But actually, I think I might still need a bit of a head start. You're gonna get through the game so fucking fast. before I am terrible. I was just like, oh, if you stop now, it's like, you can totally catch. I was like, no, you're gonna steamroll past me. Like, I'm gonna be stuck so many times, and you're gonna just plow through the game. I start on bully. Not that bad. Also, did you just be scared? Why would you be scared of that? Just a bunch of fucking nerds. A bunch of losers. And then there's some okay people there as well. You know what I'm more scared about? I mean, of course I'm familiar with JSP. I'm far more... But the thing is, like, there used to be a lot of crazy people on JSP. But it wasn't really because of JSP, that was just because it was a gathering spot. And the internet hadn't really been able to become as homogenous as it is today. You know, when Facebook started up as a thing, I feel like that was, you know, such a soft environment of people. But nowadays, the people who are on Facebook are fucking crazy. Sometimes, I really try and stay away from that. But, like, just trying to read into, like, any kind of thread on Facebook, and, like, holy shit, the craziness that exists in that platform, which really should just be, you know, the most tamest fucking thing in the world. And it's like, Jesus, where are these people coming from? They're crazy. Because only crazy people stayed on Facebook? No, that is like completely wrong. Unless of course you just mean that like majority of people on Earth are crazy, in which case I guess I can't argue against that. Like Facebook has more fucking members today than it's ever done. Actually, I should fact check that. I'm pretty sure it has more members today than it's ever had. Twitter, I don't know because well, things has happened there. I think there's probably going to be times where Facebook might have stagnated, but I don't think that it has less members today than ever. Especially since of, you know, competition, and especially since a lot of YouTube and Twitch has been a little bit sketchy, especially Twitch. Like, people even start fucking streaming on Facebook, and it's a very decent place for that, especially certain things. And news people are also on that fucking site. Listen, it's not crazy people. Majority of people on the internet are on Facebook. It's a very normal thing. SP is fucking dead, okay? But the people that are left on it right now are so fucking tame. I'm certain you can find some crazy people if you really look. I don't think that they're not... I really don't think they're that bad. There were more crazy people back in the day. You have no idea. And God, the bullying that exists. Yeah, I mean, generally on the internet, but my God, people were so fucking mean, and I kind of liked it. It's like one of those things you just like, you know, in the early days of the internet. My God, like that back then. If like, you know, people were pretending to troll. But it kind of just turned into actual fucking like mockery and bullying. You had thick skin. You had to have a thick skin or you would not thrive at all. You were crazy. They were nuts. You don't wanna? Well, you shouldn't, since I played with something. Well, don't do it. Facebook does indeed have more users than ever. Yeah, I mean, that really shouldn't surprise anyone. It really did seem, and, you know, for the longest time, that there were going to be these, like, really giant mega platforms that were pretty much not going to be touched by anything else, just because of how effective they were doing anything. You know, YouTube, Google, Twitch, and Facebook. And the thing is, like, even like with Facebook, that market was, you know, for a specific kind of like audience, and like also for the longest time, like who the fuck streamed on YouTube? That wasn't really seen as a viability. But these things are opening up and diversifying. Now to other sites that are trying to grab for a market. That's really difficult though. Because like these mega fucking sites are so good at what they're doing. Even though a lot of them make incredibly weird fucking decisions that don't make any sense, they're still incredibly skilled at what they're doing.
Good afternoon.
Three years ago, so I don't miss it. Well, here's the thing. I don't use Facebook. And when I say I don't use it, I mean it's not something where I'm like I want to go to this platform because there are things here that I want to see. It's more like a necessity. It's like it just becomes this thing because, you know, there are certain links. There's always just someone in my family or some project at work or something that like fucking fishes me back. I never use it. My timeline is just empty of knowledge. I did use it a lot back in the day. Back when, you know, it was just a place for people to, you know, say the daily stuff and shits like that. And people to connect. Now it's just a place where people pretend they have friends. And share things that they pretend actually matter. Which I guess is a lot of the internet. A lot of social medias. What I'm worried about is slow attack. When I hit slow attack, well then go Fanatism. Fanatism Seal. You're never gonna have slow attack. I think the staffs aren't even that slow. Let's see. War Staff is the only thing that's kind of slow. But that's also the one that hits the hardest. I think Exceptional Staffs is where they start to get decent damage. So the War Staff is always really good damage. Although the damage is actually really bad on staff. The difference of damage on staffs from exceptional to elite is absurd. So yeah, that's a thing. I can't make crafting staffs. It's definitely going to be a little bit of a challenge to get going. But then again, you know, if you feel like you're missing damage, yeah. You know, based on what I'm seeing right there, I actually might not go for... I might actually not go for Vengeance or Seal. I might actually go for either Holy Freeze or Shock. And then I would probably just go for like the fastest staff, because the actual damage on this is not great. You would just be better looking into actually maximizing the physical damage when you get the elite staffs. Or if you get the Whip Cracker. You're not getting that right away. Fighting these little ones is very satisfying because it feels as if we're actually dealing decent damage. And the min damage we have is also horrifying. I keep forgetting to use Frenzy. Okay, I really need to stop it.
I am overburdened.
getting okay experience around here, but we probably should just move on. I mean, right now, as we are, like many of these places, we're not really in threat of anything. Yeah, I would have to be exceptionally incompetent to die in most of these areas right here. It's gonna start to get dangerous once we get into night. Ancients? No, like I don't think ancients are going to be a threat. Although we don't have life leech, but we do have like an insane amount of defense. So I really don't think that's gonna be an issue. Until 30. Wait, 30 on miss damage because I'm fucking paladin. It's gonna carry me or no. Super incompetent at times. We have evidence. Yes. That's the thing I'm saying, that like I would have to be exceptionally incompetent. But the thing is, I don't consider myself to be in that threshold. Is not something that happens in Diablo 2 very much. Not to that degree. I usually am capable of perceiving threats. But I mean, that just, especially with hell, like and stuff like that. Like, there's just, I don't think that dying to an instant kill in hell is due to incompetence. You can say there's maybe like recklessness because something happened
At your service.
and you weren't being super careful in every fucking time and tone. But I also feel like we kind of also have that like playstyle. You know, if I was just playing, if I were to choose to just be so super defensive like all the time, just hovering every corner along the way, which like we kind of already do that, but we could do it even like more. We could basically just spend extra time on every corner, like always analyzing every enemy we run into fullest extent, always running away, constantly, never engaging. We probably would be able to make our survival rate in hardcore better. It wouldn't necessarily be a guarantee, but we absolutely could put effort into dying less in hardcore. But the thing is, I don't know if I would want to play that way. Like, I am also consciously choosing to play in a reckless manner at times. Because it's more fun. Because I don't, like, progress is already fucking slow, okay? I don't want it to be fucking slower. It would be really obnoxious for me to play that way, personally, and I also feel like anyone watching is gonna hate it. It's already sometimes pretty fucking painful to watch. So, yeah, we're not doing that. Comes is running with the amplifying damage on, just give me strokes. I usually don't do that, but yeah, there's some situations where it happens. And the thing is, when you have Amplify on, that's usually also like a warning. It's basically telling you, hey, you should be careful. You know, our last death was against those spiked fiends. That was so unfair. Because we got Amplify. I can't remember exactly what happened. We got amplified by something, and we didn't even see. We were trying to run away from the mob. I didn't realize the boss was like literally below us, and he was multi-shotting. Yeah, they have natural mod. I can't remember the modifiers were, but there was a fucking nuts. Do it now? The 2 instant kill? No. What were we playing actually? I think it was the Amazon. I think we were doing the two-handed spear Amazon with Fen, right? Which is pretty strong. That was an Arc 1 hell, which is really sad because usually I feel like we don't die there.
Hello.
If we die in Arc 1 hell, it's usually in the fucking tower. Okay. We died in a very odd spot there. Like, it's actually very rare that we kind of like die in the same areas. Usually always like something different. With the exception of the fucking tower. I've died in that tower a few times. For the same reason. I feel like that's the exception. And that's also kind of why we usually don't want to do that.
Good afternoon.
Although I can't remember when we actually died in the tower last. I feel like it's been a really long time.
Afternoon.
Like, because I just got to, like, there was a point where it's like, okay, we've died too many times in this stupid ass tower. Let's just not be here anymore. I don't remember what we had that assassin, the two-handed assassin, using Bust of Speed. That was also a pretty fun build. I don't remember where she died. I think she actually got pretty far as well, so that was a sad death. Was that in Act 3 or something? I really don't remember. Be back on a second. Where the hell did she die at? I've died to a lot of things. The sorceress we tried to do died twice. I remember her dying in the sewers to dolls, which is a stupid death. I died to teleporting. Should have known better. And the other one was getting insta-killed by chargers in the Worldstone level 2 or 3 in hell, which was probably one of the most painful deaths. Just because of how close we actually were to succeeding. Yeah, I don't think I've had anyone... No, actually that's not true. There was another one that I would actually almost argue being worse, and that was the concentration barbarian, where we used the whip cracker. That was when we died to the tomb vipers, and we got killed by a mercenary. Because, yeah, I actually didn't realize the mechanic of that they would trigger by other entities other than myself, and I'd actually taken my hands off the keyboard. My god, if my hands were still on the keyboard, I'm pretty sure we would have survived, but I was just like, I took my hands off because I was so kind of scared being close to these things. And I think after that we never do near fucking hell anymore, just because, yeah, that mechanic is too fucking bad. It's too strong. I have ways to counter it, but usually we don't have like enough like more damage reduction to deal with it. It's pretty bad. Hassan betrayed us. Yeah, he was banned for a bit. But what did the assassin die to? I really don't remember. We had a werewolf that got one-shotted by the Forge guy, which was a very unfortunate death. Because of the shape-shifting actually ran out in the split second as he was hitting. And since we were kind of relying on having a lot of health while in shape-shifting form, like we really had low health without it. I think we were like around 500 or something in hell, and yeah, this is bad. Shapeshifting is dangerous. Kind of the same with battle order. I mean, it obviously makes you insanely tanky as long as you just make sure to keep it up. I also feel like shapeshifting is even more dangerous because you can't just spam. You can like shapeshift in and out, but yeah, it's easier. Easier to mistake that one. Is it though? Well, you can kind of shapeshift in and out in combat. My god, these guys suck! Why am I also trying to run away? That's a question. We should just stand and take them on. Oh man, this sucks. We don't have a death clip. We have a near death clip. I'm pretty sure it's somewhere. I find it very hard to believe that I didn't catch it somewhere. You know, I used to organize the threads in the SP as well. I don't know where half of those are anymore. And it's also very hard to even search for them. Yeah, I don't care. Where the hell did she die to? Why can't I remember? Usually I have really good memories of the death. Oh, actually we had another paladin that died in Hell Arc 5. Like, I had a moment where it's like, oh, we don't lose many characters that get to Arc 5. And then I'm starting to remember more. Oh, that's so rough. Yeah, we had the paladin, and I don't remember exactly what it was. He might have been a two-handed seal or something. He died taking too many balls to the face. My god. We learned to respect those ladies after that fact. Here's the thing, I don't even know if we were amplified. We might have been. Sometimes those balls just accumulate too many, and underestimate like the pressure of them. You just can't shoot through that. You can't take it. It's too much. But yeah, I don't remember if we had amplify on. We might have. They do sometimes cast it. What else has happened? Oh yeah, actually I just remembered another one. We died to Hindley in Hell with the I think that was another. This was a very long time ago. With another two-handed Amazon. Yeah. I don't remember if I second height. That's way too long ago. I can't fucking remember that anymore. But yeah, that was another one. God, too many. Got so close and yet so far. He couldn't take the food as a rip. Why is the Nightbot saying something? Maybe he made a command? And that's what it did. It made an L. What did that assassin do? We did make a kick assassin at one point. That was... I think that was actually a really strong build. We have done a few barbarians. The Berserk barbarian. I think that was actually... That might have been the first Titan we succeeded with. The very first we started with was actually, you know, a two-handed Titan charger. Which is way too ambitious. I never actually succeeded with doing the charger. I think we did that at least 2 times. Never come around to it third time. Then again, we've done so many goddamn paladins. I don't know if I want to ever do them.
Good evening.
We could. It's not a bad build. And again, we're kind of also just running out of things to do in this game. Mostly just doing this for nostalgia. What we're doing right now definitely stands out from the rest. But I don't know if it stands out for good reason. I don't think this is necessarily the most brilliant of my ideas. Might be one of the most sadistic of my ideas. Lawa Shade did used to do some really low DPS builds. A lot of nonsense things that I would look at and be like, ugh. And not in terms of difficulty, but just it's very painful to play. But then again, I feel like A lot of people look at what I do sometimes and say like, this is really painful. Why are you doing this? And I'm like, oh, we just do, okay? It seemed like a good idea. It seemed like a challenge. Oh, I like challenges. Is it a good challenge? I don't know, but it is. We're doing it. I keep forgetting to use friends. That's not good. These guys suck. I hate everything about them.
Evening.
I really would love if these guys just didn't exist. That would be amazing. We got a fucking minion pack just to make it worse. I'm not barely connecting any hits. He's using cold, and I'm pretty sure he's doing nothing. Oh god. We need the Raven Frost, that's what we need. Oh, we got one. Man. Wish I had more belted slots. Because like I have that whole row of fucking mana potions, but maybe I should just have like one mana potion. 1 or 2 in my inventory. No, just leave a cube, that doesn't matter. Yeah. I think that's smarter. Nightmare's gonna be rough, okay? Because enemies are going to actually start to deal damage. And we're gonna start to do even less damage. I can't believe that the Moon Lords are the most easy ones for us to kill right now. How is that a thing? These frozen scourges are so bad. And like the Moon Lord is like, yeah, it's not a biggie. I can tank that. And I deal decent damage to him. It's really hard to predict. There we go. There's Nightmare significant spike in defense. It's not the defense that's necessarily the issue. It's also just like the threshold of damage. They spike, they spike on everything, and they definitely get a lot more tanky. But it's also like the threshold and the amplifiers. Like, you can definitely run into some nasty combinations in normal as well. But usually things start to even out a lot more. Like, once you get past Act 3, and especially past Act 5. I mean, Act 4. Is where, like, there's so much things that even out that, yeah, it's usually not a big deal. Especially in the early stage, that can be, like, you just don't have proper gear and stuff like that. But in Nightmare, they start to get the double modifiers. And, like, those double modifiers, combined with the spike in damage, really escalates a lot. And especially it becomes bad if you don't have good resistance. Which I do feel like that's at the least is going to be like a saving grace for us. Is like I think we're gonna build resistance throughout most of this. That means we still have to be careful with melee. That's probably the one that hits us the hardest. But yeah. I mean, it's gonna be rough, okay? We've had this period, like reaching Act 3, where we actually got a mercenary and he's contributing, but he's just progressively doing less and less damage. And even like right now, he's starting to get to a point where I am not noticing him actually doing anything. I just went to dead end. And in Nightmare, he's gonna do nothing. He's not going to do anything. So that's gonna be the wall, okay? That's gonna be a really thick wall. There's gonna be many layers walls that we need to get over. Because we need to actually... We need to be in Nightmare to be able to actually get the equipment that's going to allow us to do this. It's normal, just not cool. Oh, it's insignificant what it's going to do. I do think cow ones, that's a thing I'm kind of curious about. I really feel like cow ones are going to be interesting. One thing for the set that I might go for, it's a little bit mixed on that. Because there's some of the modifiers that are really cool, and others that are, well, less. But there's a lot of potential. There's potential charms as well. Runes, obviously. But especially charms. High density mobs, yeah. Should have potential. I really need to fish for like a lot of things that we can. But that's gonna go... One's gonna run dry. Probably a lot sooner than I would like it to. Getting to lower course in Nightmare, that's going to be a really strong benchmark for us. Because we need to get those better charms. And there's obviously going to be other things that start to become available to us. That's going to be a rough ride, okay? I don't really know how any of this is going to go. Like, we just have impressions of it. The impossibility of what this is still a work in process. I'm still kind of just worried that eventually we're gonna just push towards hell and then just realize we're actually not doing any damage. You know what I mean? We can't just stop them from healing. That's a thing. But we can't skip mobs the same way that, you know, Mr. Llama did. That option is not possible. No, Stapling can do insight pretty fast. Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like a pretty strong go. This will be a while to reach that. We haven't found a 4-socket sword. I don't remember if they actually drop a normal. I feel like they don't. Or at the very earliest, it's gonna be like 5. But I really can't remember. God, can we get to the ancients already? I'm going for a while already, and we've not. Yeah, we've been going for a while, and we've not really made it that far. Which I knew was going to happen. We're gonna need to brace ourselves for the future. But yeah. Biggest, I can't figure out my cat. I might have peed in the litter. Yeah, probably. Damage is going to become absolute dogs in Act 2 normal.
Afternoon.
I think our damage is going to be absolute dog shit at the very fucking beginning. Okay, we're gonna get into Nightmare and it's going to suck. I think at best the thing we're gonna be able to deal damage to is like Fallens. It's gonna be really fucking bad, okay? Because we're not gonna... Yeah, like going through, like... Yeah, we're at the end of like, normal. This is what we had. A lot of the damage is poison and split into elemental damage with really low min damage. Like, we got 8% crushing blow. That's not great. If that was higher, have more potential. But it's not. I don't think we're just gonna get like some singular one just here and there. There'll be a lot of work up to this. First fallen drop, Ghoulie Face. So that would be great. That would be great to get the Ghoulie Face. I think even with Ghoulie Face, it's gonna suck, okay? That'll be a great fucking drop. Don't get me wrong. This is gonna suck. You know, I would rather get like 4 amazing charm drops than I would want to actually get Ghoulie drops. If I get like 4 amazing like grand charms that give like a ton of elemental damage, that would probably be better. Because usually like Ghoulie Face, I mean it's amazing for the crushing blow, but you also get it because of the deadly strike. But the deadly strike does nothing for us. We don't have physical damage. Ghoulie Hater, I love it, okay? But there are so many drops that would traditionally for just about any build be amazing. But it's not. Like, that was the thing, like, you know, looking over even like some of the lower tier uniques, and it's like, oh yeah, that would be nice to find, but like, no, it actually isn't. Because they're not really going to do any of the things that we would usually want them to do.
The Guardians of Mount
yeah,
Arya,
kind of fucked. Something I didn't really consider though, in Ancients, is... Yeah, we don't do a lot of damage. Do I need to stack up some potions? I don't know if I need to. Because I can definitely tank them, that's not the problem. I can tank them, but we don't really do that much damage. So yeah, about that.
Good afternoon.
We do have Crushing Blow, and yeah, I think that's probably going to be enough.
I can't
But
carry anymore.
it's not really a reason to not prepare. So we're going for some sort of honor rules that I don't really give a fuck about right now. What if this is not even enough? Well, I'll probably figure that out relatively quickly. Skill matter, right? Sure, I always do that. I usually do. Not always. I should just... Wait, what is happening? Let's see if I can move faster. Confused about that. Oh, did I bring any mana? I don't think I brought any mana. Nope. Yeah, I don't wanna do that. There are things that I'm willing to do,
Good afternoon.
but running out of mana and then having to normal hit through all of that is like, no, I'm actually not doing that. Yeah, that is not happening.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore. We are the spirit.
Got a bunch of them. Really some life leeching a little bit? Ah. Okay, that's actually really nice. That makes me feel good. You know, the damage doesn't look that bad right now because, you know, getting a little bit of crushing blow here and there. Single target is a big problem. I do want to get slow eventually. Oh, the Duriel grows. If I don't get some slow for that, actually, I don't even know. Maybe I just need to get really fucking tanky. If I can just get exceptionally tanky, we already did that in normal. So we just get enough defense. We already have a certain amount of defense considering. And we can't just keep speccing into Shout. Well, it's gonna max out. And then at that point we could go for Iron Skin if we wanted to. Wouldn't be a bad choice either. Ever fucking go for Iron Skin. I don't think I needed to stack up the potions, but I'm not unhappy that we didn't either. This is definitely the easiest fight we've had today. It's the fucking ancients, okay? This is where, like, you know, of all the things you would think be a little bit challenging, take a little bit of time, it's like, no, this is actually really smooth. No problem. Okay. Easy money. How would we... What kind of armor? Well, if I could get like any kind of unique armor and get it to exceptional, we would also have like a shit ton of fit defense through that. We're kind of going to need to have that. Yeah. I actually think defense is going to matter a lot. There's only so much health we can get when we don't have battle order. Resistance is obviously a thing. Getting damage reduction would always be amazing, obviously. A little bit harder to get by. Especially since Fidelity very often provide a lot of health. But yeah, defense. We need that. I think that is kind of scary though. Is that even if I were to like get... Even if we were to be able to get like down to like 5% chance of hit on like all enemies, that can still be too much if there's just too many units. So yeah, we're still gonna have to be really selective of how and when we fight. But especially when it comes to just pushing forward later down the line, we're gonna need to be more tanky than normal. Like, that's just gonna be necessary. Because usually, you know, with a mercenary, you can, you know, distribute damage between both him and you. And you can snipe up units a lot faster. Like, just get like 1, 2, and now the numbers are low. Now the DPS isn't that big of a deal. We're not gonna be able to do that when it comes to Nightmare and Hell. Like, we're gonna have to be able to stand and tank to be able to actually do that. It's not gonna be... That is not an option. Unless we somehow find ways to break the system and get some insane chance or something. Probably gonna have a lot of situations where we need to be able to just stand and tank and focus down. What was the tune? I know what it was. We could also abuse the fuck out of Howl. And I have a little bit of mixed feelings on that. We've definitely used it in normal because, well, I mean, I don't know, we came to fucking shit. We needed something. I have a little bit of mixed feelings on it. Because it is like one of those things where we could potentially just tell all enemies to fuck off and just take one at a time. Or at least I think it works that way in most times. It can also sometimes be... It can backfire. Howl can backfire because they can just come at you really fucking fast. And all of a sudden now you have enemies everywhere. And you have to like repeatedly cast it. Gonna craft the best one that's ever been crafted. Absolutely. But you know, but when Howl is ultralized, especially at high level, it kinda is broken. And I have a little bit of mixed feelings on that. Because I don't just want us getting into hell with the impression of spamming Hall, luring away some boss or whatever, and focusing down, and that's just all of it is. I feel like that could potentially just take away all of the dangers and the threats. It's the same thing we like talked about before, where like if I really wanted to, I could be so cautious about everything. And I don't want to be cautious. I don't want that kind of playstyle, you know? But we never really made any restrictions against Hall, so it's not really that it's off the table. We made a lot of restrictions to things, but yeah, I don't know. Probably good to keep that open just in case we get to a point where it actually is impossible to progress. I don't know. But yeah, it could be very game breaking. I haven't used it in the past with the Berserker Barbarian. But that was a long time ago, and like back then I was really not sure on how to do these like no vitality runs. Kind of needed a little bit more help. That's also the thing of like my own fucking sadistic ways, okay? Like, you know, there's like a part of me that just wants to increase like the chance of failure for these runs as much as possible. Because of course I have to do that. Like, why be reasonable? I really do construct some of the runs to just be as close to, well, not impossible. That's not the term. But the risk factors are very often so fucking high in terms of getting instant kills to some bullshit. Combine that with my playstyle, and it's like, yeah, I fucking wonder to die a lot. But that's just the name of the game, though. That's how it works. That's silly. Do we want the waypoint for Bale? Not really. But maybe still. Just for safety. In case something goes wrong and I have to restart. The throne could be like such a fucking mess. And the throne is generally a fucking mess.
Good evening.
Hmm. I don't like that corner up there. Why did we leave that? It's probably nothing. But I don't like that. Wait, it's just a corner. Doesn't matter. Ba 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 bum bum bum. Freezing is definitely... Freezing combined with the defense is amazing. I'm gonna be so slow that I am. I mean, the blast. Is it arc blast? I can't remember that's the name. I think that one will still freeze in L, but they will definitely get out of that a lot faster. I feel like the ice blast, which should also freeze, are going to be pretty much solved instantly. But the Arctic blast is one that's going to continue to freeze. At least, you know, until they're actually immune to it, which... yeah, it's gonna be suck. Don't praise the useless merc. Listen, he's putting in effort, okay? You know, there's nothing that's really going on right now, so I'm still like trying to speculate like what is actually going to be like. What are the things that we're gonna rely on? Because I think that the fire mercenary technically does the highest amount of damage. Because it's AoE, pretty much always with the fireball. And I think it also just scales generally better than the ice blast. But the thing is, the damage is shit either way. And so there's no reason to really pick it for that. The crowd control has to be the priority. And also knowing like when we can actually take advantage of that. That gold immune, it does nothing. That's gonna be such a sad reality. I mean, that was already a reality a lot of times when we ran into physical immunes. But physical immunes tend to be a lot more rare, you know? Cold immunes are not. They're quite frequent. They're frequent in terms of mobs happening. And then there's also, you know... Well, I mean, on bosses it wouldn't really matter. Because it's only the boss, it's not the minions themselves. I do wonder if there's something I can get for the mercenary that'll allow him to just do something. Like something on striking together. Well, that's the thing. He's not gonna do anything on striking because it's spell attacks. That would have to be on kill, or it would have to be when struck. There's a few things there that could be taken advantage of, possibly, but a lot of those things are very specific kind of things. I guess since he can use a shield, he could actually get the Medusa's thing, because we can't do that. But the thing is, I don't know if he's actually going to be able to trigger it to do anything. Oh, actually... yeah, actually, he does actually cast that. If he were to do that, 10% chance to cast low resist when struck. And apparently casts Nova sometimes when he dies. A 44 Nova. Wait, no. Oh, it's just Nova. I thought it was Poison Nova. If it's just a regular Nova. I mean, it's still something, but like, I feel like a Poison Nova would be better. On death. We definitely need to actually, that is actually interesting. Although we're probably gonna find many, but yeah, you know, the rainbow facets, the one where you die, if we would like those, would actually be really good for the mercenary. Not great. Yeah, like the poison one here is like 51 poison over when death. Like, we need that. I don't know how much it's actually gonna do, but listen, he's going to die a lot, And if he can just do some damage in death, that would be pretty funny. Using his death. Listen, if he's not gonna contribute in life, I can make him contribute in death, okay? He needs to contribute. Like, anything he would be able to do, you know, as a weakening mechanisms would be interesting. But it would also be nice, wait, I can't remember. No, the Cow King set requires boots. And yeah, he can't use that. He can use shields. Damn it. You know, if I could just get him to cast static field from something, that would also be amazing. But I aren't many things that cast that. Can he only use swords? I feel like he can only use swords, right? I don't have any swords that cast that. There are weapons that have a chance of casting static strike, but yeah, I don't know about that. Are there any armors that we're not thinking about? It became static strike instead of, you know, static field. My god, that just started to elude me. Got a map for Bale. I don't know why I would ever do that. I think doing Bale ones would just be objectively the worst things we could do with this build. Other than it, no, it's horrible. Dual dreams? Yeah, that's a dream. What about delirium? Delirium? Yeah, he could get that. Like, that does have like a bunch of effects that could be great for crowd control. I don't know what's gonna happen. Wait, what's gonna happen if he turns into that? Is the AI just gonna break? So Mind Blast, Terror, and Confuse. Okay, there's 3 on striking. The Confuse is on striking, which is really unfortunate because he's never gonna do anything on striking. But there is still Mind Blast and Terror, which could actually be really good to have now. I have no idea what happens to the AI. Like, I don't remember ever seeing, you know, a mercenary turn into that thing. I feel like with a melee character, it probably wouldn't be a bad thing. But the Act 3 mercenary? I'm worried the game might actually just fucking crash. It'd just be like, nope. It'd be like, nope, I don't want to exist anymore. Could be some other shield. Well, I can't use the Paladin shield. Oh, wouldn't really be much for that either. That could be. I definitely need to look through some of like the text. I mean, we could also. We still have to find or make something. Like that. Sometimes there can be like some obscure things. I need to like look and just see like what is actually possible to slap on that guy. And the thing is, like, I've also looked into people, like, with guides and stuff like that. But the thing is, even if you look up guides like that, like, people are making normal builds. They're not doing whatever the fuck this is. They're drumming. Nobody does that. People have reasonable things that they would consider putting on Mark 3 Mercenary. And it's usually, like, some for, like, you know, decent to meta builds that are aiming for very specific kind of things. And we'll just focus on survivability and him doing the things that he needs to do, which is not do damage. Nobody's looking to actually make the Arc 3 mercenary do damage, because this is not very viable.
Good afternoon.
And even the ones who has done that in terms of it is like shit. And yeah, we can give him we can give him Spirit Sword. And that will make him shoot faster and deal a little bit more damage. But here's the thing. Like, the time, like, when we're actually able to make something like Spirit on him, like, Spirit's gonna be, it's gonna suck, okay? It's gonna do nothing. If we made, like, Spirit Sword for him already, that would be nice. I don't even have an armor. I'm gonna get into Nightmare. And that's when we're gonna make a Spirit for him. and it's gonna do nothing. I mean, I guess he shoots faster, he'll do a little bit more crowd control, but realistically, he's doing nothing. It's really not gonna help us with anything. It'll still be good. It won't be bad, but it's just like, ugh. But delivery, that is an option. That is definitely an option. That also gives some skills, I guess that will work. Again, doesn't matter with the skills. I definitely like items here that I can give damage. But yeah. Really don't. I should look that in. I have to look because there's too much conflicting information on that. I do not know what the damage potential is of an Arcane Mercenary. Other than it just is shit.
Hello.
I haven't died yet. Man, if we, imagine if we died, we actually wouldn't have to do this. Like, oh no, I died. Oh, how sad. Well, gotta wait another year now. Well, actually, that wouldn't. No, actually, that wouldn't be good because then you could be like, well, next year is like right around the corner. That's not the plan. The plan is to stall. We're gonna stall this this run into January, and then again we're gonna be like, well, we're gonna either die or finish, and then that'll be that. It'll be good. It's my armor. It's red. It's this one. Strong ancient armor of the Centaur. It's pretty sick armor. We got a lot of defense. Yeah, that one is giving us math. 1300. Don't you dare stall this. On January 1st, dies and plot more intentionally. I should just make a copy of my character and just like videotape it. That's gonna be like the April Fools. New Hodoton? You think it will actually be out in January? God, I've given up on that whole Hoda thing. But it's gonna be. That's the thing. There's also like there's a lot of things where like I tend to just fucking forget about things and I'm like, oh, suddenly it's a thing. They're out. You know what I'm also kind of forgotten about and I'm still a little bit upset about? Is like why the fuck is. Why have they not finished like Attack on Titan? It's like fucking they animated half of this season like over half a year ago and then they just went like, we're not done. It's been the last season like 3-4 times. Like, what are you doing? Well, at least I know how it ends, so I'm not particularly on that. 2 years of adjusting scenarios is a money cow. Just finish it. And here's the thing. I don't think it's a money cow. I don't think that is like. No. No, they could have milked that show so fucking hard. I think they have made some spin-off things that is like slightly like milking it, but no, that show is not getting milked. If you think that's milking, like you have no idea. They could do so much. They could milk it so much more, and the audience would actually like love them for milking it. It's because they want content. But they are actually, trying to have integrity and putting a lot of effort into making everything, look really well and animated and stuff like that. Like, they could have done it already. There's no reason that it should have taken this long. This could have been done last year. But then they're trying fucking insanely with things. I actually don't know the details of why right now, but they really have been putting in like a lot of effort on the animation and styles and stuff like that. Not perfect, but they're almost going too far with this shit. Where I'm like, just fucking let's get it done, okay? Isn't the manga finished? I mean, here's the thing, like, a manga being finished and an anime actually, you know, catching up to that, that's not unusual. What's unusual is that not only has the manga been finished, but they've literally been in this, like, the last season for years. And it's like, what do you mean? Like, this whole manga and anime has been actually really close, like, for so long that it doesn't make any sense. Especially with the traction and the budget for them to let me finish. It's not as bad as Game of Thrones. Like, that fucking guy. Listen, I love his books, okay? But that guy also has no excuse for not having finished Game of Thrones already. Like, he is stalling. He is milking. Like, he's not even, like, trying to build up or something like that. Like, you know, in Attack of Titans, I could feel that they have some... I can understand that a little bit. I still think, like, they're taking way too long, but they're not stalling. What is his name even? I forgot his name. The Game of Thrones guy is like George R. Martin. Yeah, that's the name. He is stalling, okay? He's just like on the fuck. He's just I can't come up with a word for it. He's dick riding. He's riding the waves of dicks, and he's enjoying himself and just not finishing up those fucking books. That he absolutely... That whole series should be done already. But the fact that he's been taking so long with the last fucking book. Naruto filler bullshit. Yeah, that's probably one of the worst things I've ever experienced. Like that will always be like, if someone like starts to talk about, you know, like, what is the worst kind of like filler? It's like Naruto will just be that example of like the top end worst examples of how much can you milk a franchise and reuse. It's like, it's not even that they're necessarily filler. It's not just that. Naruto didn't just find ways to add filler. They reused the same filler so many times, and then they would take that filler and just, you know, just add like 2 seconds of something more to it, so there'll just be like a little bit more to that thing that they reused. It's like, I don't think I've ever seen like a more disgusting like milking of a show than that. Honestly, I don't feel like they were always like that. Like, I actually feel like it got worse with the years. My god. Is he gonna die without finishing the book? I swear, I'm gonna kill him if he does that. I'm still not even remotely okay that the author of Berserk died. Because that guy should also have finished his fucking book. That is even more atrocious. That is probably one of the most atrocious fucking things, okay? I don't care that he might have had some bad stuff happening in his life. But that series was fucking out before I was born! And it's not even that much content! It's a small fucking novel! In terms of fucking things you could make. It's amazing, I love it. But why the fuck did he not finish it? Trying to watch Naruto feel I couldn't finish them. I definitely got to a point where I was skipping through a lot. But I have also felt uncomfortable even admitting just how much of the filler that I consumed. Just because I was intrigued about the plot. I liked it. This was like the first anime that I watched as a kid. I grew up watching it. It grew with me. I still think it's a great show. But I would never recommend anyone to watch it. I would not. For that reason alone. And the thing is, you could be like, oh, but they could just watch, you know, they could just watch, you know, a season or two and just call it a day. But nobody does that, okay? I wouldn't even want to tempt anyone. I wouldn't be the guy to be like, oh, if you know, if you just skip some things, or like, oh, if you just watch a few seasons and then like maybe this be fine. Like, no, I wouldn't even tempt anyone to do it. That's how fucking disgusted I am with it. It's around episode 112. And if he dies, yeah. Then it's all fill until, yeah, they have like one final episode. He died because his heart exploded. He can't control that. Are we talking about the Berserk guy? Listen, I don't blame him for fucking dying, you idiot. I blame him for not finishing. He had a lot of time to finish it, okay? And I don't care that, like, maybe he was working towards actually having people help him in a studio and stuff. Like, listen, he was writing a book with pictures. He had, like, all the skills necessary for that. There was nothing about that that required anything. I'm not saying that you can't or shouldn't get hired help for stuff like that. That could be helpful. But he had all the tools. I don't know. I don't know enough about that guy's life to say though. No, actually no, I don't care. I actually don't care. He could have finished so long ago. I still love the show though. I don't think I've watched. Did the I think his team, you know, staff that was working on the site, were going to try and fumble together whatever scrap notes that was left. I don't think they're actually finishing up the show. I think they were talking about just finishing that chapter that they were in. Imagine, I feel like at some point someone's gonna pick up that that story. Like, I feel like that is going to happen at some point. And here's the thing. However, those people who pick it up and interpret it and try and end it, I don't think there's anyone who's going to be happy. I might be happy that it got an ending, but I don't think people are going to be satisfied with it. Because it's going to be an interpretation. It's never going to be the real thing. No way of actually knowing how that's supposed to go. Episode 1 was finished the book and was still sending his mail. You would live, yeah. The problem with manga is that you need a magazine to publish in, and they're really strict on how much you draw. Like 1 issue per week, 30 pages or so, which is kind of nuts. Well, I don't feel like that any of that actually matters though, because he was barely ever producing anything. Like that's the thing. And here's the thing. It might just be that this was like a passion project and he just didn't have the finances and time to actually do it. No, I don't even accept that. He could have a fucking part-time job doing whatever the fuck and just had it as a hobby, put some time aside to actually finish it. Like, I don't care about publishing. He could have finished the story. And as far as I know, he didn't. Like, he could have had the notes. He could have had just written down everything. And I feel like he didn't even have that. Unless there's something I'm missing. Let's see. Adventure Follow in Berserk 2 on the phone. Am I being too harsh? No, I'm not. I don't think I am. It's not like he had, you know, that he had only like a few years and then things went bad. Like, again, like, yeah, he had 30 years or more to finish it. That's a small fucking lifetime. Like, he could have set aside X amount of hours a year and it should have been more than enough to finish up writing the story. Like, to me, it seems more like he actually didn't know how to finish it. That he actually needed time to develop and figure out, like, how he actually wanted it to go. And, like, yeah, that's fine, you know, if you actually get to live to do that. But I still feel like that's way over the top. And so we got... Nice. The end. Yeah. Like, honestly, I'm so upset because this is, like, one of those stories that I feel like I would be more interested to see how it ends more than anything. Because ending of stories is always really difficult and very often unsatisfying. But I mean, they can even like you can still have like good stories which endings are unsatisfying, but still enjoy the story. But I feel like this is one of those where my anticipation for the ending would be like, I mean, would it though? I don't know. May also just be because there was too many details about how things were gonna go. That just leaves a lot to be decided. Like, we can speculate on a variety of ways. I can definitely speculate on how I feel like it might end. But it's just not satisfying. There's not enough information to actually give us that. Like, I feel like in Game of Thrones, I'm not going to be surprised about anything when it comes to the ending. Like, the ending is not something that I'm even remotely like concerned about. And sure, like if you've seen the show's interpretation of it, which shit. But the thing is, like, it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. We know enough about that universe to see how things are going. But in Berserk, I have no fucking clue. There is like a variety of things that can happen, but it's not just a variety of ways. It's also some of the character development and the morality is so screwed up that I really just don't know, like, what I'm actually gonna go with it. It could go in a variety of ways. It really could. It's like the Attack on Titan. I mean, I mean, obviously you disagree, but I actually feel like that's one of the best ending to like a show I've experienced in a very long time. But I also understand that people are going to see it as, I mean, it is definitely an ending that tries to
I am overburdened.
it tries to be something else. It picks a side. And the thing is, like, if depending on like what kind of offer you are and like what you're trying to achieve, there's a lot of authors who will choose, they will try and basically cater to as many people as possible, which can kind of be like a bit of a meh ending. But in this particular anime, I feel like that ending was anything other than subtle. This is one where you have like half of the fan base like split, and that's amazing. I mean, there are other shows that does that as well, of course. It's not unique to that. I don't think the author like ever actually expected it to be like this kind of divide between the audience, and that's a really interesting thing to see. Everyone on Final Fantasy. If they had a good ending. Ugh. Still not got away with unit. Yeah, why the hell would I don't understand why is there any explanation to that ever? Like, why do they let Orochimaru like exist? He is a he is a chaotic evil individual. He is genocidal in its entirety. He's tried to destroy entire, countries or rather villages. He's such a horrible person beyond redemption. I feel like the only rationale would be that they're trying to take advantage of his skill and knowledge. But they could do that by, confining him. They actually seem to give him freedom. And he's like, what the fuck? I don't get it. Yeah, he's under house arrest and is like watching him because he's like more worth alive than death. I can understand that to some degree, but I feel like they really gloss over it so fucking easily. And the thing is, like, they're not giving a reason as to why. It's just like, oh, he's worth more alive than dead. But they never actually provide a reason as to why that is. Like, what is the reason? Especially considering how deadly he is. He doesn't have any plot point as to why he's supposed to live. And it's like, why? Why are they? Unless again the author just has something later down the line. But the thing is, like, from the aspect of actually telling a story, that doesn't make any sense. You can't just be like, oh, this character, we're gonna keep him alive because he might be useful, and 5 seasons later into a different anime that's totally not Naruto, he's gonna be relevant. It's like, nobody thinks that way. Nobody thinks that way. They didn't give him a reason to exist. It's like, oh, but he fought in the war, he contributed. It's like, no! He's such a dangerous character who's done endless amount of crimes. Why would he ever do that? Converting with masters to immortality, and he doesn't need to body jump anymore. He's just a dad now. He literally won. He's a dad. They allowed him to become a dad. Oh my god. I think he's probably definitely one of my. Is he? There's a lot of good characters in Naruto. He's definitely up there. I was about to say that he's one of my favorite characters, but then I had to be like, I actually don't know if I think that. I think he's definitely one of the more interesting character in before Shippuden, and a little bit into it. But towards the end, he's kind of a side character. There's a lot more interesting characters. That guy's whole thing was dying over and over again, and then somehow coming back again. It's just like, oh god, is he back again? He became one of those characters. He really did. Also, something that's like kind of disappointing and sad about Naruto is like the whole show. And the thing is, I might just be biased because I grew up like watching it. I feel like it had so much potential and there was really good writing for characters.
Evening.
But the thing is, like, you know, having watched through all of it, it's like almost like it was just like a front. There was a pretense for so much more, so much mysteries, but it was just a front that looked really pretty, and it did. And then, like, we got to see what was underneath it, and it was just puke. There's piss and puke pulled together with duct tape, painted over with animation to look good. That is what it was. Oh god. He finished his stated goal. Was his stated goal to become immortal? I don't even remember him ever saying that. I feel like he was just a guy who's, you know, thirsty for blood and knowledge. Actually, he might have been desiring immortality. That guy decided a lot of things. I don't know if that was like one of them. Let's see. Maybe asexually, not like he fucked someone. But that's okay. Is that just like another fucking science experiment for that guy? Because like now you're saying asexual, which I feel like he probably has done that before, hasn't he? Thing is, I didn't even realize the guy was in that category of being asexual. That guy has been he's been sending a lot of weird, creepy sexual signs throughout the anime. I'm actually almost a little bit surprised that he isn't.
Afternoon.
I thought, I mean, a little bit psychopathic, but it didn't seem to like one that wouldn't decide that at all. But then again, maybe he isn't asexual. Maybe he just chose it to be in that situation because, I don't know, convenience or something. I never got into Naruto. Good for you. Jack off to Sakura. Oh my god. You know what's the worst thing about that? It's really not a good character either. It's you know, I feel like that's definitely when, you know, when you're Reach the bottom? Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. That's a desperate move, okay? For a variety of reasons. Get the right man. Oh, I want to talk. We will reach Nightmare, okay? I use science to create a clone, which he modified genetically. Magical ninja science. In the sense that he cloned himself. Oh! Well, okay. Why did you just say that? What? Why didn't you just say he fucking cloned himself? That sounds kind of dangerous for him to do. I don't think his clone's gonna like him. But then again. Because you said he became a fucking dad. And again, like now you're saying this like in a weird way. And symbology basically meaning playing there's a way. You think your dick cared about that character? No! I don't. The things I've jerked off to, especially as a teenager and young adult, is yeah. The bar was set very low. Those two, we blocking via sank, and I was Anko, which is the hardest. Anko Mitsushi. That is his clone son. Yeah, but here's the thing. You keep saying clone, and you're saying there's like some Listen, did he actually get someone pregnant? Because you're saying it's like some ninja cloning butcher thing. Like, I don't... I feel like you have to actually go through the process of raising. So unless... Here's the thing, like, if you're adopting a child, like... I don't want to offend too many people. I should. But, like, yeah, I mean, at that point, it's like your dad in terms of, like, the responsibility, but... If he's literally just cloning using magic, and there's, like, no process of all of that, is he actually then a dad? Like, I don't know. Using data to make a clone which grew in a vat. Yeah, I feel like that's where, like, I wouldn't even categorize that as being dad. I feel like he just cloned himself. I could technically argue for that. I feel like it's like, yeah, he just cloned himself, okay? I don't feel like that makes you a dad. Especially if we get, like, really... Well, you're the biology guy, so you could probably tell me some different things. Especially cloning is a little bit weird also in general, because, you know, the whole aspect of reproducing is that you are mixing the DNA with other people. It's not just yourself. And so I feel like this, like, fundamentally, it can't be that. That if you actually do the whole cloning, because we can't technically isolate DNA and, like, construct a baby to be exactly the way in which we want it to be, more or less. Actually, I don't know if the technology is there when it comes to humans, because humans are very complex. But I know we can do that in terms of animals, in which case we're actually cloning, but it's still something that's being raised like that. But now you're talking about a vat, and it's like, really? Is he actually then? If a yeast buds out of a smaller yeast, that's a clone. It's an offspring, for example. Yeah, but here's the thing. Now you say, like, offspring. And I'm like, okay, I would be more inclined to say that offspring is a thing. But if you go to me and say, like, oh, like, he has an offspring, like he's the dad, it's like, that still sits weird with me, okay? It's just because the association of all these things is, like, yeah, it's usually a lot more than just being like that. Like, we can't do that with humans. Yet. You need someone else. Or at least you need an egg that can be fertilized, in which case you're getting something from someone else. Men just cannot do that. They can't just clone themselves with themselves. That doesn't work. At least yet. I don't know if that would ever be feasible. I guess maybe if we could isolate some things out. We could. I mean, with some futuristic tech, probably could. But yeah. New down the rabbit hole. Listen, nothing. Jacob, nothing is going on in the game right now. It's not like I'm stopping the gameplay. I'm just chopping. No, I'm chopping. I'm slapping all of the enemies, and they'd be like, stop slapping me. That's what's happening. There's nothing that's happening. We might as well just talk about like whatever the fuck. I'm not slowing down. I'm not like I'm watching the screen a little bit. Those few seconds are not seconds that would have made it so we're already in nightmare. Like, I'm sorry, but that's just not the case. I'm not talking about the game. Alright. We like rabbit holes. Rabbit holes are the best. You never know where we end up. I really want to hear Mandy's answer to this, because I don't know enough about this in terms of technicality. And it is a lot of technicality. But yeah. In technical sense, they could probably still fit the category, but it may also just be in terms of language that the association of what it means to be a dad is just more. But in terms of pure science and biology, then like it would still fit that bill. Oh, you didn't hear? Ah, God, I don't know. I don't want to repeat everything.
Afternoon.
I don't even know. I said a lot of things. Basically, that the complexity of like what it means to be a human being does not translate to, you know, to the stages of cloning, where you would be able to just be like, oh, we cloned, therefore you are dad. Like, that's like, you know, that's like science fiction magic stuff, and also like the whole process of that. Mandos can clone themselves in real life, and since they're related to the clones, which is similar and still going, as a clone's parent. Yes, but that is specifically for very primitive beings, because we can't do that with humans yet. That's also like incest is, you know, pretty. I actually don't know completely.
Can I help you?
Yeah, I feel like incest is not, you know, a problem in the animal kingdom, but it might still exist in some spectrum. Incest is also just in generally weird. That does not sound like a very good evolutionary trait. But then again, it's not a trait. It's basically a corruption. But maybe it's also no. That's probably no. That would probably be like a reason that inbreeding would produce, you know, the least good outcomes, which means that nature would end up selecting against it. But it doesn't do that by design. But I don't know. I really don't know. Many answer the clone parent. How do you think we thought it was a thing? Yeah, I know how primitive, you know, things evolve. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, you know, using the cloning of yourself in a human sense and saying that he's a dad because he cloned himself. I feel like that simply doesn't like fit the bill, both like practically and linguistically, and like the distinctions between these things. Like, I would not call him a dad. I would just be like, he cloned himself. You could say that he could raise that one and be the foster father. And sure, he's related by blood due to the whole process of that, but like, There's just like everything about that is just artificial and is like lacking. I know, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things that just really fucks with my head here. You're asexual and you want sex?
Good afternoon.
I mean, being asexual is kind of a weird fucking thing. That statement wouldn't even... That statement sounds like a contradiction, but it actually, I'm pretty sure it isn't even. I'm pretty sure that there isn't. There are probably a lot of asexual people out there who want sex. They just don't want it for the same reasons. And also like the assumption that there are just people who are like purely and utterly like unwanting of sex is also very misleading. God, these menus are instructions. Well, you know, oddly enough, things are incredibly easy. Like, it's hard to deal damage, but we're not really in the threat of anything. We're nothing dangerous. Like, this is just hitting until he dies. Can I just get this guy to fucking get me in the corner? Oh, dude, the wands have too short of a range. Still counts, it fits the definition. But it's like we do have the kit via vitro is not a pen. Vitro? Vitro is also an artificial, and you just want a couple can have. Okay, what do you mean? What do you mean by vitro? Like I don't know if I'm not knowing that word. I think the biggest concern that I was having is that like when you are actually becoming a dad, like one thing is like the understanding of the word, but it's also just the practicality that it is a mixture between you and another person. That's a very, very unique thing, especially humans and also a lot of animals, where there are simplistic creatures that can clone themselves. Humans can't really do that. We need both things. We can't actually just clone ourselves. Like, we need more components than that. I think the closest we can probably get to that is the woman, you know, composing a lot of the means there. I can't actually remember if it's possible to artificially make semen today. I'm not sure. I feel like it's been speculation on that, but I actually don't know about that. But yeah, that's just generally not possible to do. Okay, it's when sperm and eggs are fused artificially in a lab, the fetus is grown a bit and implanted in a room to grow, used in case in which fertilization is impossible via sex. Yes, but in that case, you have all of the conditions that I aforementioned already set. You have a man and you have a woman. Whereas, like, in the case in which, like, this guy's literally just cloning himself out of himself, so using, you know, mumbo-jumbo magic. Which, you know, is fine for, like, the logic of the anime. It just does its thing, okay? But, like, I still feel like that doesn't fit the category.
Hello.
Like, he's just cloned himself. Like, he hasn't reproduced. Like, all of the conditioning is just... This is the same as him just going into a machine that just copies him. Like, he's not... Is he really the dad? Or has he just made a copy of himself? Because, like, at that point, like, you know, when both of them are... Especially since he's immortal as well. If both of them are grown. And I also like the stages of that. Because it gets really fucking weird. Because if he actually went into a machine and just made copy, then, like, at that point, like, he wouldn't even be waste. But you're saying he's grown in a vat. But I don't even know the extent of that. Like, does he grow up as a child? Or is he literally just growing to adulthood in that vat? Which I would think is even more invalidating the fact that he's a dad. Because the whole process of raising is just thrown out the window. But yeah. What a weird fucking conversation. But also interesting. Grown in a vat until the age in which the baby would be born. Ah, okay, that is that's a little bit more interesting because then, yeah, I mean that then at least there's like a process of being raised where you could say that he's the father. But I don't know in that case if he's like more of like an actual father, or he's just like raising him, because he's basically just magic copied himself and then raised that thing.
Good afternoon.
But I mean, I guess it could technically fit the bill. It just feels weird to say that he's dad. And but Ultimate Kid is the same age as all the other kids. He's growing up normally. Oh god. Oh. Why would they do that? They're like, oh yeah, but why would they even allow that to happen? That would be a situation where it'd be like, no, we're aborting this. Because like it's already born. We're aborting it still, okay? Why would you do that? Like, oh, he doesn't carry the sins of his father. Yeah, but he made an actual copy of himself. It wasn't just like, no, he reproduced and had a son. No, no, he's making an actual copy of himself, being raised by himself as this war criminal. Like, why would they do that? Why would they do that? That's a terrible idea. I'm just gonna be like, oh no, he could be influenced to be a good person. Yeah, but he's still being raised with his dad, right? He's probably still seeing him, talking to him. He could probably send messages. He could corrupt him in so many ways. My god. Okay, no question. Is if a hermaphrodite animal impregnates itself, is it incest? I feel like the conditions of what constitute incest is like specific to like the degree in which what it is, you know? Because in the cases of incest, like one thing is like, now F the morality, let's just look at the practicality of that. The reason why incest is even a thing to be categorized is because there's a consequence to it. Like inbreeding, in the case of a hermaphrodite, I don't think that would categorize as incest, because it's like that is just how they reproduce a lot of these simplistic creatures. There's no reason to even use that category, because there would probably be no effect of that whatsoever. I wonder if those who work about this would even say that. I don't think they would actually refer to it that because it would be silly. Here's the thing, some organisms have the choice. Yeah. But here's the thing, I don't know enough about incest to even know like when this stuff becomes relevant. I just know that when it comes to humans, it's quite relevant. I don't know if it's linked with intelligence, complexity of DNA, or whatever the fuck it is that does it. I don't know. But yeah, incest. Fun stuff. Okay, what are we putting points into right now? I don't know. I really haven't figured that out right now. I'm gonna put some more into defense. We're gonna become a thick boy. Oh god, this is gonna be awful. Like they're gonna impregnate someone else or themselves if they can't find a mate. Yeah, but like that's the thing. Like, I don't know even how to engage with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Like morally, I don't even necessarily know if. Oh god, do I want to say that? Like, incest in terms of humans doesn't have to be immoral. There are just a lot of circumstances in which it can have really bad outcomes. And especially with, you know, different ages of groups and siblings and power dynamics and that. But especially with a simplistic like creature like that, it wouldn't really matter. Oh god. Love garbage. But yeah. A TP scroll. I'm not gonna kill both of them. Probably not. You know, I barely ever want to kill both of the bosses on normal runs, but on this run, I want to do it even less. We need to see if we can just get them separated. That is just a thing. Is that him, or is that clone? Wait, when? Oh, I should have put that up, shouldn't I? What's the chance of him hitting 55? Man, all our defense, and it's like, nope, it doesn't do shit. I'm surprised neither of you two actually got upset or commented on the fucking incest thing. But then I was like, oh no. I mean, Jacob is a fucking degenerate, and Manbean is smart, so yeah. We don't really have much of a comment on that.
Good evening.
That's not very nice to say. You're degenerate. I'm pretty degenerate as well. Oh god. Okay, at least the crushing blow is going to be a thing.
Hello.
Manby, to be honest, I probably didn't even register it. Or didn't care. I won't watch 5 hours of Fred talking about Eve online.
Good evening.
Well, that... Listen, I won't watch any video of that length. Period. But I will listen to a lot of things. The amount of hours of nonsense I have managed to listen to in the background of gaming. Yeah, it's a lot of hours, okay? Oh god.
Hello.
Okay, be right back. time is it? Ah! Jesus. Yeah, we're going slow. I was actually expecting it would be a nightmare already. Game is paused. Listen, I needed to get some tea. And now I'm gonna pour some rum in it. Because I need it. Hey, Chloe. What do you want? Get some dick. Not today. I don't think that would be good for my throat. Unless Man Bean can convince me. It'll be like, actually, you know, there's this thing. I can't even come up with the words. Thought you could make up some bullshit fucking thing. I don't think you would make it sound very good though. I don't think anyone would buy that. Did he heal? What? Okay. Oh, I think we got both of them now. Isn't that just great? This is gonna suck. Oh, this is really gonna suck, isn't it? It is. That's fine. We can do it. It does hit pretty hard, but it doesn't matter.
Come to daddy.
Nice. I forgot we added new ones.
Salutations.
Communism is a lie.
God, that's loud. I think I even turned it down preemptively. I was looking for more like Fallout codes, but I really want many
Come
good
to
ones.
daddy.
I feel like that was pretty fun. That thing is going to that thing is gonna match really well if we're being chased by like some big fucking bitch as a mob or something. And it's gonna count it. No, I don't want to.
Good evening.
God, did he do that again? Aww. You know, when we played like Fallout 3,
Hello.
I really got invested in that dad. Okay, it's like when he died, it's like, my God. I had really bonded. I really had some particular conversation. That was just the biggest moment in that game. I can't believe it. I can't believe they did that. I was invested.
Good evening.
That was our whole goal. That was everything that we were striving for. Was just to reunite and settle down with Daddy. But it just couldn't be any other way. It had to be that way.
Good afternoon.
God. Let's do some more Fallout. It is getting pretty fun.
Can I
Again,
help you?
DLCs. What are we doing now? I'll probably play Fallout 2 more. Okay. So what are we dealing with here? So, oh God, the other one is still here. Can we just not? Maybe I'll actually I'll try and fish this one. I think we're gonna try and fish him. Fish, fish, fish! I need them separated. I hate it. I hate everything. I can't remember if there's a helmet as well to give slow. Oh, I think there is actually. I can get the glove and then I can get the helmet. That'd be really good. Usually get like General Tom Boone or the Kelpie Snare. You can't use any of those. None of that is actually usable. Oh my God! Did you actually? Are you kidding me? They're reuniting. Oh.
Hello.
I think we could just take them on. I don't know. I don't like it.
My brothers
But like, why? Why is it actually? He was all the way up here. How the fuck did he reunite? Bastard. No, stop aggroing. I don't appreciate. Oh man, fingered pretty hard. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll just not care. We are pretty tanky. That isn't to say we've been coming. Oh god, he actually went really far away. That could be nice. I need to make sure the mercenary doesn't somehow fucking aggro.
My brothers will not died in vain.
No! Stop moving! I need to slap you. Play the drums. Something I was...
Hello.
No, I can just test out with the... Oh, never mind. Is that both, or is it the clone? I don't know. I don't exactly have like a moment. Wait, which one is it again? God, I can never remember which one it is.
Good afternoon.
Listen, we have 8%, okay? If we had Rattle Kate or something like that, that would also help. Yeah, I had a feeling, okay? I had a feeling. I didn't know, but I had a feeling. Ah! Damage, man. Listen. Listen, babe. Like, you can touch me. Don't, not the whole fist, okay? A little at a time. Oh my god. Now they're both up in that corner waiting for me.
Hello.
Ah, this is horrible. 13 Nova. Wait, where did you see the Nova? Oh, there! I didn't even realize we had that. I think that's a sneeze. That's a very big sneeze. Oh god. Can you just... have you considered not? I think Nightmare Bale is not going to be this bad. Because we're actually going to get more Crushing Blow.
Good afternoon.
And more attack speed. And hopefully some slow as well. But this is the worst. And it's not because he's hot. It's just... ugh. Yeah. It's also really high level in norm compared. I think we can definitely reach around his level in Nightmare. Actually, don't want to mix. No, I think we can. Normal is like, yeah. He is a There's 68, and that's without the warp line. That's actually not bad. It's pretty good. Wait, are we fighting the right one? I'm getting worried. Hey, what? Hey, what the fuck? What the fuck? He froze? I couldn't even weapon swap out of that.
Hello.
What the hell? That was weird. I don't know what happened to him. Like, he glitched. I was like trying to spam like a weapon swap and like nothing was happening. He was unmoving. Yeah, I was just stuck mid-animation. It was like I got frozen and it was doing like the pushing animation and he just, yeah, he didn't do anything. I haven't seen that before. It probably was like a weird interaction where we were being pushed with the thing, and then something like was hitting, causing like an animation that didn't work with the other animation, so they basically just canceled each other out. Glitched. Usually, there are ways to get out of that, especially with weapon swapping. And that seemed like one way it doesn't. Okay, that we consider not. We're not at half yet, unfortunately. We're getting there, maybe. Oh god, the frenzy. Too many clowns.
Salutations.
Ba 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 da ba. Da 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 da.
Good afternoon. Thing is stuff like getting probably stuck mid animation is pretty rare. Yeah, I mean the weapon swap is definitely I mean not the weapon glitch. And honestly it might have been something like that, but we're not really switching between anything, so I don't know what exactly happened there. But I mean
to daddy.
that thing is definitely one that gets you like permanently stuck, unless you know it actually. No, I think it does disappear like after a little bit, but that's very bad if you're doing hardcore. But then you can swap out of it. What's strange about that one is like I was swapping, but nothing happened. That's not normal. That's a lot of fingers, man.
Good afternoon. No! Don't go to the other guy! I'm gonna be able to gamble a bunch of stuff eventually. I don't know what I would gamble. Circuits? Hmm. Yeah, but what do they really get?
Hello.
I don't know. Usually I go for amulets, but we already have a good one, so the incentive for that is going to be quite low. Like, I feel like, even though, I mean, this isn't like a perfect amulet, but this is definitely something that would be in the category of like, yeah, this could take me through the game. Because above 50 health is already really good. The fact we have all resistance on it is like insane.
Salutations.
Yeah. That's going to make a lot of other weapon choices easier to manage. I mean, already the barbarian gets the natural system, so that also keeps up for a bit. But that on top of it is going to be making a lot of things simple. Now we need to have open spots for more DPS. Ah, God. Now we got the boys back. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, we got all the boys.
My brothers will not have died in vain.
We just had like a little decent period where we could just deal damage and things were fine, and now they're not. What the fuck again? Well, I was actually able to get out of the glitch this time, so... Aww. He violated my mercenary. I did not appreciate that.
Afternoon.
No. Oh God, I am not. I'm not doing that. We're not doing that, okay? Listen. I might have consented to a free zone. I'll have 4 of you, okay? That's too many. And not 5 either. Free zone? I don't even know what it's called. Ba 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 da ba 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 ba.
My brothers will not have died in vain. My brothers will not have died in vain.
Salutations. So, with the exception of Qualkek, the townspeople do not see what I see. The massacre we face. Our bravest, strongest heroes hobble back to me begging for help. I do what I can, healing and bandaging some.
Poison Nova. Okay. That did not last long, okay? He did not last long either.
Good evening.
This battle is actually even worse than I thought.
Yes,
I don't know
warrior.
why I thought anything else than that. Yeah, the double is just really bad. That's the problem. Especially since we just haven't been able to separate them. Ever. They won't separate them. Even people it's only like one bomb, so I feel like that's going to be a problem. Sooner or later. Amount of mana that I have
Salutations.
doesn't actually matter. Why do I not have like a slot for my mana potions? Oh, God, we have 4 of them now. I don't know.
Good evening.
I don't like it. Oh, yay, we still have them.
Hello. Good evening.
My brothers will not have died in vain.
Hello. Good evening.
At your service.
I think that's what I want. You know, it really wouldn't be this bad. We just had like a little bit more crowd control. You can slow him down and just have more crushing blow. And you know, just stuff, especially the slow. I can absolutely seal him now. Well, always, but a lot. You don't have to cripify. Then he gets stuck. That boy is not even a battle. Slow and the cripify, and he's stuck. No, actually, that's half. Had a clay column on top of that, and it's like now he's just not doing it. Can't do that. Can't do any of that. Can't actually remember. Is clay column actually available on any of the items? Like there are some. I actually remember there being an arm piece that can cast that. That could be really useful, but I feel like it's on something that's not hard, not easy to get. Yeah, stone. Umpulum. Huh. Charges. Molten boulder, which makes no sense. Huh. Yeah. Stone would actually be amazing, but the runes necessary to get that, pretty fucking high. I don't think I'm getting that. At least not in the time. I mean, get that in hell eventually, but I'm not getting that for like Duel, which would probably be the area that would benefit from that the most.
Hello.
And against Bale, that would be pretty amazing. They're pretty tanky in hell as well. And if you already slow them, then like, yeah, it's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good.
Good evening.
He's end the run by dying in a cave level. Wait, what? Dying in cave level 2 nightmare. No. What the?
Not here.
Salutations.
My brothers will not have died in vain. My brothers will not have
Just never. He never wants to split up. That's just how it is. I don't know why it is that.
Good evening.
That's just how it is. Bum 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 bum. Ba da da ba bum.
Evening.
Okay. Okay, listen, we're moving to that something.
Hello.
Man. It's gotten like any amount of slow weapons super fucking great. Okay, we got a clone here, and I don't know which one is which. Damn it.
Salutations.
He's still here? Oh, that's the right one, I think that is actually the right one. Too many fingers. Stop lagging! No reason. What? I'm confused. Ah.
Afternoon.
Ah! What the hell? God, we got him in this corner now, and I really want. Oh my god, I can't run out of TPs. can probably... No, my god. He teleported so fucking... Ah. Wait, is that him or is that the clone? I don't know. I'm actually a little bit confused. Surprised my wands haven't been breaking lately. Oh, I feel like I have been just casually running over. Run.
Good afternoon.
Can I help you?
Oh, isn't that great? What the fuck? Stop doing what you're doing, okay? This notch is great. Man, he always finds me. Always finds me, somehow.
Hello.
Let's hit like a truck. As long as we don't go below 200, we're fine. Very casually gets around 200 sometimes. You know, I feel like in this difficulty... Wait, what happened? I feel like in this run, we've actually added like a new difficulty. Like we didn't actually start on normal, we started on nightmare. And when we get to hell, it's actually another difficulty. It's not hell. We're going into hell next. God. Somehow, every time you get like to the bottom, it always feels like it goes faster. I don't know if it's just like a psychological thing. Oh god, you won't die though.
Hello.
Yeah, that's a little bit too many bales. I don't like it.
Good afternoon.
I do like that we're managing to actually fucking fight them all at once. I may not be fighting.
Salutations.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Gonna pluck him down next. Dear Stewie. I hope we get access to some good ones in Nightmare. I don't know if we will. I have my doubts. But it would be nice. We'll see.
Afternoon.
Okay. How about we don't?
Salutations.
Oh god. Okay. How about we
Good
don't?
afternoon.
Do you consider dying, Vale? I appreciate your death. Yes, we get it! We got over normal. I actually dropped a lot. Shit. Let's see. Wardroom. I'm gonna take a look at this stuff. I think my mercenary actually was the one that killed him. I'm not sure. Or maybe he died to the poison. I think the poison might actually have done a bit. Eh. Heavy crossbow. I think I looked at everything I wanted to look at. Nice black screen. Destroyer drawn. Wait, the destroyer drawn. Alright, let's take a look at how bad things are gonna get. Things are gonna get bad.
Good
Well,
day.
actually, it doesn't usually start up that badly, but it's gonna get bad. Halo with the 2 boss modes, except he only kills 1 boss. There's no condition for that, I just need to fight them. How dare you? Hell cast? That would be nice for nobody. You know what we should do? We should do like a raven crossbow druid. Crossbows is so bad. I guess you could get the ballista eventually, but I'll never make it there. Yeah, man, you're already on it. It's like, oh, the crossbow guy, yeah. Okay, so what are we looking at here? That's a lot of poison damage. There might the eye level might be set a little bit lower around here, but I still feel like there's potential here. I really want to try and craft someone just to get some ideas. Maybe I'll just arbitrarily like craft one just because I want to see. Because I want to see, like, what are we at? Let's be good for posting. Oh, what is that? Enchant? Oh, we are starting to get the enchant. I don't think a level 1 enchant is going to be much of anything, is it? And that's such a high level as well? Jesus. What's the duration on that? That's what I want to know more than anything. Enchant. Oh, that's actually 2 minutes, so that's actually not bad. I will probably buy that. I'll buy that. Get that to more levels, that would be nice. The attack rating, if nothing else, is going to be very good. Oh, we got a 200,000. I don't really want to pay for that, but I don't really want to be shopping for many wands either. You know what? We made that mistake last time. I'm not making that mistake again. I'm gonna make a wand. Pog. So we have that. I'm like collecting all these weird fucking wands everywhere. I have a lot of money. It's fine. It's fine, I tell you. Oh my god, look at that belt. Amazing. Wow, you're barbarian, huh? It's really good to meet you. Alright, let's make a 1. Wait, do I even have the Sapphire? Sapphire? Sapphire. Why am I pronouncing that weirdly? Sophia? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Alright, let's see. Let's see, what is the roll? Huh. That is interesting. So it did actually roll a elemental modifier? Lower resistance. Frost Nova on when struck! So that's a thing. I mean, yeah, it's gonna do. We don't have many like modifiers to damage, so that's a thing. It's gonna have to compete with that one, so it has to be better than the other one. Yeah, that's kind of rough, isn't it? Because like, yeah, that just has like a lot. The thing is, we're not even getting like more like on that. I feel like the frenzy is where it's gonna be at. Now, even on the frenzy, it's somehow actually struggling to compete. We got life leech in that, but that's like on. This is basically just like, is it better because it's just not elemental damage? And I think the answer to that is maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. A little bit mixed feelings on that. So we got a little bit of resistance there. 200k wasted. No, it gave us information. I don't really have much to use on it anyways. Well, here's the thing. Due to all of the fucking... Oh my god, we got the Hogwarts one now. Due to the nature of how a lot of damage is, I feel like... yeah, well, I mean, so... Yeah, it's technically not more, it's just a question of what has the most resistance. And I think... Well, that's a lot of things. That's also have physical resistance. But, yeah. I mean, we are dealing damage. We are... Alright, so that's okay. Listen, we are dealing damage. That's all that matters, okay? We deal damage. But it's actually not that bad. Although these are like, you know, weak units. But no, I mean this is okay. I can work with that. Which one should I have as the main? Oh god, mobs here. Better be careful. I mean, this is definitely workable. It's not great. It's workable. Oh god, look at all these zombies. Look at all of that. I mean, the 200,000 was kind of wasted either way. I knew I wasn't going to get anything particular in that level. So I'm kind of curious how that is calculating.
Turn back.
Because I feel like we could probably have gotten more enchantment, but it's not guaranteed even when you do it regularly. So I don't know how it chooses to calculate. We'd have to look for more. But I got a lot of modifiers, and it also did get the elemental, so that, the elemental alone is actually something that makes me a bit excited. I don't know if I should be though. That might be some hardcore copium right there. I want to fight some rogues just to see how we do against that. You know what? This is actually not too bad either. We can definitely get through Act 1. Like, if this is the threshold of damage, that's okay. It starts off a little soft in Nightmare in terms of health. Like, the thing that gets risen the most is it's actually damage. In some areas, I think it even goes down. Especially fallen to like certain big units. The ghouls are very tanky, and the brutes are also tanky. But, yeah. You can get into Act 2 and things start getting really fucking bad. Listen, we're killing stuff.
I wonder... Would it be worth farming? Could be some like lower tier nonsense. Nightmare just to get going. But I'm not really looking for bases. That's the thing. We're not looking for bases, so that's nothing. What would I be looking for? Oh my god! He hit so hard. Why did he hit so hard? Fence is still nice. I think we're gonna just have to slow waddle into Nightmare. Progress. To create more opportunities. Oh god, we got fanaticism. That's not good. Okay. But it's definitely not impossible. What's he doing? Oh my god, he's actually doing damage. Why? Why is he doing damage? That's strange. Well, no, doing magic time Nightmare right now would be very bad. Because, like, right now, it's okay. You could do it at a lower difficulty, and I would, do more damage. But the problem is, I don't think I could actually facilitate much magic fine at all without being really dangerous. That's probably not happening until at least I band myself a little bit more. And it's barely even worth it. Nothing particular to do, it's just a question of like gaining access to a little bit more exceptional bases, but not really that much to work with that. Might be like Spirit to get that with.
Yes?
I don't even have runes for that. Cowans might do that. Really don't think there's a lot to work with. Kinda just be like, yeah, deal with it. Oh, that's only 4,000. But I mean, it was a better base, but still.
Good day.
Now that I actually got that one, like it's suddenly being like, oh, maybe I should actually have more enchantment. But it's also like, I think the defense is more important still. Back doesn't do shit. Nah. I think that's a lose end. Can get critical hits with that, but doesn't really matter that much, does it? I don't think so. Lots to do. Very, very much to do.
Good day.
Very little idea on how I'm gonna upgrade the mercenary, but I will find a way. Believe me, I will. I haven't upgraded my mercenaries with anything for so fucking long.
Put that to good use.
Wait, what the fuck?
Put that to good use.
What?
Put that to good use.
They don't have vitality? I guess they only get health.
Put that to good use.
I guess it's just very weird that I actually use like direct stats on a mercenary. But no, he doesn't get health from the shield.
To good use. Put that to good use.
Which means, wait, what does he even get from this? He gets the defense. That's like 99% of the whole shield is just wasted. Because he can't block, so none of that does anything. The strength doesn't do anything, the vitality doesn't do anything, the energy does nothing.
Sorry about that. Just be a second.
Just be a second.
That's a clean burning hell, I tell you what.
What is the repair cost going to be on this fucking wand? It's only like level 1. It can't be that expensive, can it? It probably can be. I should make more blood-crafted gloves as well. That one leaves a lot to be desired. We don't really have that many runes. That one is irrelevant. That one's good, but I still need a little bit more resistance, so about that. So we have an abundance of poison and cold resistance. I might actually want to go over cold. Do I have any arbitrary things? Poison. I I have actually already been... I have that one. That's not arbitrary. No, it's a pretty good jump, but it is abundant. So I could replace it if I don't care about the health, which I might not. Man, we need so much better jumps. So much better everything. Somehow I think Endariel's gonna be better than Bale. It's not gonna be as hard. Oh, we'll see. What kind of nonsense I'm gonna figure out. That could be okay, but not my ideal. I have these max charms, but I don't know if I'm ever actually gonna use it. Got a teleport stuff. That is definitely going to be useful. Copium. No, I mean that's usually always helpful in some way. Alright, that's gonna be it for today. There's no way I'm pressing on like this. I need to do this in stages. Anyways, that's gonna be it for today. Thank you all for watching. Hope you have a wonderful day. Bye.